Recording in progress.
Dumela Makgatho.
Good morning, Miss Olega.
Morning, Neo.
Perfect, thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning, Zoleka. Am I
Good
audible
morning,
and am I visible?
Good morning, Chairperson, audible and visible. Alles is reg.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome, Chair. Thank you.
Zoleka, please indicate if we have a quorum so that we can start.
Good morning, Chairperson. Yes, we do, Mr. Chairperson.
Do we have a quorum?
Yes, Chair, we do have
Oh,
one.
wonderful. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning, everyone. And welcome to the meeting. Before I'm going to officially open, I would like us first to deal with the agenda this morning, which is in front of us. We are going to deal with Netball South Africa. Just a second for me. I can't open. Can we just flight the agenda? We are going to deal with the welcoming introduction, apologies, and the adoption of the agenda this morning. The overview by the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, remarks by the newly elected president of Netball South Africa, remarks by the newly elected president, presentation by the Netball World Cup. I'm going to cut that 30 minutes to the least 15, the most 20. Then we will have deliberations and closing remarks. Members also pertaining to presentations with particular reference to the department who are normally send their presentations very, very early. I just want this morning that the director just say 5 minutes overview or greet us, and we accept that report will then be accepted as read. May I get a proposal, as I cannot see hands, may I get a proposal and a seconder for us to proceed in this fashion?
Good morning, colleagues. I propose the Honorable Chairperson, Marlon Daniels, Patriotic Alliance.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Is there a seconder? Members, I can't see the hands. So if there's a seconder, please do so. Please unmute.
Chairperson.
Honorable Makato.
I think you must also outline the names of the honorables who are there. I need to second, but I just want to see how many people are we and the names of those honorables. Thank you very much.
I couldn't get you, Honorable Makato. You are saying?
I think if you can give us the names of the honorables who are present in this meeting, so that we can see how many are we.
I have requested, Honorable Makata, whether we are a quorum. I have been assured by the portfolio secretary. I would advise if members would like to verify for themselves, they can go onto the gadgets and see as to whether we are a quorum. Unless I don't want to waste time, ask the portfolio secretary to comply to your request. But with that said, Honorable Member, it will take a lot of our time. That we have a seconder, so we are going to proceed with this meeting. Honorable members, from my side, again, good morning, and esteemed representatives from Netball South Africa, Netball World Cup 2023 board, and our invited guests. I would like to welcome you and everyone that has joined us virtually. It is my privilege to welcome you to this follow-up meeting of the Portfolio Committee, Sports, Arts, and Culture. And today's engagement is not merely a procedural review, it is a reaffirmation of our collective commitment as a committee when it comes to transparency and accountability and the legacy of excellence that the Netball World Cup 2023 has left on our nation. We acknowledge and congratulate Netball South Africa on their successful conclusion of its recent election. Leadership renewal is vital, and it's also a pillar for the institution when it comes to growth. And we look forward engaging with the newly elected officials as they take us forward, and also the vision of advancing netball and women's sports in South Africa. The tournament was a historic milestone, showcasing our capacity to host a world-class events and elevate women's sport of new heights. But with great achievements come great responsibility, honorable members. As custodians of public trust, we must ensure that the financial stewardship behind such events reflect the same standards of excellence. That's why we are here today again. We appreciate the presence of the tournament director and the board, and we would like to we look forward for a constructive dialogue on the audited financial statements for the year 2023-2024. I must also reiterate that during our previous meeting, numerous documentation has been sent, on request of members who would like to have more information. The committee remains committed to fostering collaboration and not confrontation. Our aim is to strengthen governance, celebrate success, and learn from our challenges. Let us proceed with clarity, respect, and a shared vision for the future of sports, arts, and culture in South Africa. Members, as indicated, be as it may, personally, in their personal capacities, that they are a little bit concerned with time constraints, and I am happy as the chairperson also to accommodate members in that request. As a result, we are not going in future also to deal that long with the presentations that has been sent. We will accept it thus as read. So I want to also say that there are quite a number of guests that we have invited in this meeting that is present. Please feel welcome. With that said, honorable members, we are going now to invite the department for 5 minutes to greet and give a very, very brief report. Thank you so much.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairperson. Excuse me, Chair.
Yes, so Leka,
we did
you may
not
proceed.
record apologies. We did not record apologies, Chair.
Oh, my apologies. That is the first recording of the apologies. May I ask, is there any apologies that has been made from the department, from the ministry, as well from members?
Thank you, Chairperson. We don't have any apology on our side, but the minister has indicated that he would request to leave early at 12:20 maybe, as he is a keynote speaker at Angola Independence Day. Thank you, Chair.
So noted. Thank you, Portfolio Secretary, the department.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Not sure whether Minister would like to say something first or whether I can go ahead.
Let's deal with the apologies first.
Oh, okay. None from the department, Chair.
Netball South Africa.
Good morning, Chairperson and members. All the members of executive are present in this meeting. Thank you.
Netball World Cup 2023 board.
Good morning, Chair. Only JP Smith who has sent an apology, but the 4 of us are here. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We may proceed, Dr. Kumalo.
Thank you very much. I was just checking whether Minister would like to say something first, or can I go ahead?
Please go ahead, Dr. Kumalo.
Thank you very much, Minister. Good morning.
Minister? Minister, are you chairing this meeting?
No, she asked, do I want to say something, Honorable? So I said, I don't want to say anything.
That's on a lighter note, Minister. Dr. Kumalo.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, honorable members, the chairperson of the board and the members of the board, the newly elected president of the Netball SA and your executive colleagues from the department. Chairperson, just allow me, we would stay within the 5 minutes that you have allowed us. Just for a brief overview, as part of that, can you allow me just to introduce the newly appointed Deputy Director General for Recreation Development and Sport Promotion in the department. He will then also, just so that the members hear his voice, he will then also just put into context what we will do as an overview. We'll stay within the 3 minutes, Chair. Thank you. Mr. Campbell. His name is Vincent Campbell. Apologies.
Please proceed. Please unmute.
I am unmuted, Chair. Can you hear me?
Please unmute.
He is unmuted. I think maybe the volume.
I am unmuted, Chair.
Okay, the volume. There we go.
Are you fine, Chair? Can I proceed?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Minister, Deputy Minister, Honorable Chair, Honorable members of the committee, DG, and Netball South Africa. Chair, as has been indicated, my name is Vincent Campbell. I'm the newly appointed DDG for Recreation Development and Sport Promotion. Chair, with your permission, I'm going to request that the Chief Director, Active Nation, Mr. Tebogo Tebahai, just to set the scene, Chair, for the meeting by providing a short overview, Chair, which will also provide context, in addition to what you've said in your opening remarks, Chair, just to give context to the purpose of today's meeting, Chair. If that is in order with you, Chair, then I'm going to hand over to Mr. Tebogo Tebahai, with your permission. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, please proceed.
Mr. Tebahai, you can come in. Thank you.
Thank you, DDG. Good morning, Minister, Chairperson, members, and the Chairperson of the Board of the Netball World Cup and colleagues. Chairperson, thank you so much for the opportunity. I will not go through a presentation per se, but merely hit just the highlights of what transpired with the netball since in 2023. Chair, we held the Netball World Cup from the 28th to the 6th of August 2023. It was held at the Convention Center. However, prior to the netball being held, as government, we undertook certain guarantees through cabinet approval of engaging various stakeholders to ensure that there are the netball moves smoothly. This included your Department of COCTA, Transport, AXA, the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture and Recreation in the Western Cape, including the City of Cape Town, to provide and ensure that all the guarantees that are part of the agreement between World Netball and Netball South Africa are actually delivered through government enablement. And part of that was to ensure that we make a provision of a guarantee in terms of financial and non-financial terms. And as far as the financial terms are concerned, we had, because it was already awarded around 2019, and we had about 3-year phase in which we are going to make a provision of allocation. There's already an allocation guaranteed funding that we will give to all federations as we will do annually. But during that period, we had to enhance the provision, especially towards Netball South Africa, including to ensure that the LOC, which is going to be led by this board that is presently here, also has some form of operational budget that we make provision for. So we did that through a provision of the conditional grant which amounted to about 90 million, which we phased into in about 3 financial years that we made a provision for. Over and above that, Chair, this was intended to allow for the local organizing committee to set up 2 years before the event can start so that operations and preparations can be undertaken and they are able to secure various services that included accommodation for all visiting teams, ensuring that the flooring and the facility is ready. But I will also ensure that there is personnel that is manning that office and there are activities that are going to oversee things like the legacy, the scheduling, and the preparation of all the teams that are going to come there, including where they are going to be based and trained during their arrival at the World Cup. That's one part that was ensuring that we delivered the World Cup. But also, we had an obligation to assist netball a year prior to the staging of the event to ensure that we mobilize and rally all South Africans around the support of the team. And this included an intensive mobilization wherein we made an additional 800,000 per province towards assisting with the mobilization. This included ensuring that we deliver, when the trophy arrived, which arrived sometime in April of 2023, which was 3 months before the event, we start having trophy tours in all communities wherein we are going to be able to showcase and mobilize South Africans to go
Please
and
wrap
support
up.
the team. And lastly, Chair, we also had to ensure that during the Netball World Cup, there are fan packs that are provided for. And this was delivered through that special allocation of 800,000 that each province had to do. What we are expecting out of that was also a legacy type of a program which we left. We built a number of combi courts and netball courts in particular. So when we build a netball court, alongside we'll also be handing over a combi court. So that year there was an expanded provision of that, and I think all provinces were able to benefit from those because we've got a list of which schools benefited from that we can share with the committee as well, and also the Netball World Cup, the World Netball also donated 9 floors to all provinces so that we can have a proper netball competing flooring in all provinces. And I'll pause here, Chair, with all due
Thank
respect.
you so much, Mr. Tebehai. I just want to ask a question to Mr. Campbell. When you have been employed, has there been any proper handover been done? I'm asking to assess the reason why you did not address us.
Chairperson?
Chairperson,
Mr.
No,
Campbell
I'm
started-
asking Mr. Campbell, Doctor.
Oh, okay.
Chair, yes, there was a handover, Chair, but obviously because of the voluminous nature of all the projects and the work, we are, easing into the process as we are speaking. We had a meeting yesterday, Chair, a briefing meeting with NSA around this particular matter, Chair. So yes, Chair, I have been briefed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm now going to call upon the newly elected Netball South Africa president to address us. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, Minister, DG, members of Parliament, NSA Executive, NWC Board, and the guests that are present in this meeting. Thank you very much for this opportunity. It's an honor to be part of this meeting where we have to account as the Federation. We're saying thank you very much. I think it's important that before, I can be able to address, introduce our newly elected executive members. I'll request them, to show face as I introduce them to the Parliament. My name is Mami Diale. I am the elected president of Netball South Africa, and our vice president is Mayor Kosi Dlamini. Mayor Kosi, I'll just ask them all to show their face. We also have director selection, Mayor Lana Grige. We have director demarcation and structures, Mayor Claudine Klassen. We have director umpires, Mayor Mahit Bester, and we have director coaches, Mayor Dumisani Chauke. These are the elected members that were elected on the 25th of October. Just to give a highlight to the Parliament is before the elections, we had an SGM, a special general meeting, where, we have to go through.
President Diale, just a second. I see a hand from the Honorable Mutambi.
Thank you, Chair. As you was talking, we thought we'll see their faces so that we can attach, but she's just talking. Are they actually in the meeting, Chair, or what?
They all show their faces, Honorable Member.
Oh, it's only me who couldn't see.
I can see from my side. I don't know whether everyone can see.
No, we don't see them.
We saw nothing. We didn't see them, Chair.
I see 6 individuals.
Yes, I
5,
see.
including Ms. Diale.
Lana Margaret or Magrita.
Margriet.
Yes, I see them.
Okay, that's a nice picture. Please, just keep it like that. I want to take a pic and send it on the portfolio group. Please proceed.
Chairman.
Please proceed, President Diale.
Oh, thank you very much. Those are the elected members of Netball South Africa. Yes, we had an SGM before the elections because of the nature of what was transpiring in netball, where, most important discussing points were discussed, especially, around the eligibility of certain members within Netball South Africa before we can proceed. We, amongst everything else, we discussed the eligibility of the president within the council, and present, our council were 66 members present, and the postponement of elections. Deliberation was lengthy, and, the outcome was that we need to align ourselves with World Netball as we are affiliates of World Netball, and therefore we cannot risk the fact of our players not being part of international events. So therefore we said also we are not going to, make wrong decisions within the council. And in terms of postponement of elections, we have decided as council that we will align ourselves with the constitution as it states that the elections shall be held every 4 years in October. So that's the quadrennial. And then we proceeded with the elections on the 25th of October, and the members that were present at that moment were 66, and the voting strength were 116. So everything went as it was supposed to be, and there were no disturbance in terms of elections. All members that were present, they voted. Although towards before even the elections, there were 8 members out of 66 that, submitted a letter of complaint, and we addressed it in the meeting, that they were part of the meeting, they participated in the meeting, so therefore that is not going to be entertained. And council also agreed on that. The very same members, they participated at the elections. So that is our executive. Our aim is to rebuild netball and to make sure that we safeguard the sport. And we want to restructure, just to inform the Parliament that our CEO's contract has ended, and we have decided to advertise and then planning to appoint by the 1st of February. We just want to restore the organization and to make sure that there's continuous youth engagement as well as development within the organization. And we promote unity. and excellent. We just also want to thank the Department of Sports and Recreation for the support that they've given to netball in terms of the World Cup, as well as the annual grant that they are giving to us. And also, to clear it, that they did support the under 21 when they went to Gibraltar. They supported them. They awarded them with $1 million in support of that. Thank you very much, Chairperson and the members.
Thank you, President Diale. Members, please take note that Netball South Africa is without the CEO up until February. With that said, we would like to say to Netball South Africa, please take care with this fragile child. I am now going to give over to Ms. Sikwa Bana, who's going to give a presentation for us on behalf of World Netball South Africa's board. Please proceed. You have 20 minutes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning to you and good morning to the honorable members, to our honorable minister online, DG, our new DDG, to the DSEC management that is here, to the new president of Netball South Africa and the executive, to my fellow board members. Good morning again. Honorable Chair, I'll do an opening remarks just to set the scene from my side, and then I'm going to ask Ms. Khan to come and do the audited financials. I just need to indicate that with the time being cut, so that's why we won't touch on some of the slides that we have before you. From my side, Chair, hosting the 2023 Netball World Cup was both a privilege and a monumental responsibility for South Africa and for women's sport on our continent. It was the first time this global event had been held in Africa in its 60th history, and it gave us a platform to showcase not only world-class netball, but also South African excellence in organization, hospitality, and community engagement. From the onset, Chair, our financial planning was guided by principles of accountability, transparency, and legacy. The total budget that we had comprised contributions from government, from private sponsors, and international partners. Every cent was allocated with care and in line with Treasury and auditing requirements. Of course, Honorable Chair, like many major sporting events worldwide, we faced challenges, including the post-COVID economic constraints, exchange rate fluctuations, and the rising cost of logistics and infrastructure. Despite these pressures, we delivered a world-class tournament on time with our approved budget envelope and with full compliance to financial governance processes. Independent auditors were engaged throughout to ensure oversight and to verify expenditure. Their reports confirm that funds were applied as intended, primarily to infrastructure readiness, event operations, team accommodation, transport, broadcast delivery, and community legacy programs. But beyond the numbers, Chair, the return on investment is measured in impact. The World Cup inspired thousands of young girls across South Africa and Africa to see themselves as future champions. It generated significant tourism, job creation, and international visibility. We also left behind lasting benefits, upgraded sporting facilities, we had trained volunteers, we've also strengthened structures within Netball South Africa. We do recognize that public accountability is essential from our side as a board, and welcome this engagement, Honorable Chair and members, as part of our duty to the people of South Africa. We stand by the integrity of our processes and lasting legacy this World Cup created for women's sport for our nation. So I'm now going to hand over, Chair, to Ms. Khan, who will go straight to the financials, because slide 4 to 11, it's more about historic information, but we'll go straight to present the financials. So I'm going to ask Sis Zolega to flight from where we're starting to do slide 12, please. My apologies, Chair. We are together with Ms. Khan in our office, so she never understood that she should
It's
present
fine.
from.
Proceed, patience.
No problem. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning to the Minister, the DG, and the team from DSAC, and also to the President of Netball South Africa and her team. Chairperson, I'm going to go straight to slide 12. And I don't see it on the screen. I'm seeing something else. Slide 12 talks about the finance and the audit. I'm not sure if we on the same. I see we're on slide 24 on the screen. We should go to slide 12, so that's where it starts. But let me just talk through it. Chairperson, we have submitted the audited financial statements in details as an annexure to the presentation. So what we're doing here, Chairperson, is to just go through the highlights and raise the important facts that actually gives us, a fair idea of how the audit proceeded and the expenditure, especially how it was managed by the Netball World Cup 2023 board. So if you look at the slides, they provide a comprehensive overview of the income, the expenditure, the audit outcomes, and also the winding down processes. The chairperson has also of the board has already confirmed that we did appoint PKF as the auditors who concluded the independent audit of the financial statements for the financial year ended 31 March 2024. And we are pleased to submit herewith for your attention and the records. Slide 13. Chairperson, I'm still not seeing the right slides on the screen. I'm seeing the audited financial statements and not the PowerPoint presentation on the screen. So if we can just we're looking at the incorrect document on the screen, Chairperson. We should be looking at the PowerPoint, which was sent through as a PDF. But I'm going to.
Excuse me, Chair. What? Ms. Khan, can I request that you share the screen because I have given you sharing rights. I don't seem to be succeeding on my side.
Okay. Okay, we're going to try and do that. Which means somewhere. Have you?
Take a deep breath. Don't be nervous.
What have you done to them in the past?
Not me.
Chair, you must keep on checking the time they are eating on their minutes, not on our minutes.
We can see the presentation is flighted. What I would suggest, it must have been printed. So if you can do it from the printed one in front of you. And this is a very important presentation. There it goes, it works. Please proceed.
I think they must unmute, Chair. I think they are talking on their side, but they haven't unmuted.
Okay,
There's a
sorry about
request
that.
to unmute. Can you please unmute?
Okay, fine. Yeah. Sorry, Chair. As I was saying, you know, the entity is not a going concern. The financials were prepared on a winding up basis. And if you look at the financial trajectory, it mirrors the life cycle of a major project, which was the build-up in 2022, the peak delivery in 2023, and the structured wind down in 2024. So the entity received an unqualified or a clean audit opinion, confirming that the financial statements presented a true and fair opinion. And there was a reportable irregularity. The annual financial statements were submitted late to the Companies and Intellectual Properties Commission. This was disclosed transparently, and it did not affect the audit opinion or indicate any financial mismanagement. So, Chairperson, I think we can speak about that later. And I think the auditors were also very clear that, you know, under the Auditing Profession Act, the auditors must report any irregularity that may constitute a breach of fiduciary duty, the law, or the governance. And in this case, the late submission to the CIPC was flagged as such, not because of fraud or financial misconduct, but because it technically breached Section 31 of the Companies Act. And this requires that the financial statements must be prepared and approved within 6 months. So the late submission—
This meeting is being recorded.
Sorry. So the late submission of the annual financial statements to the CPIC may trigger, you know, administrative—
May I ask, we are aware that there are members, colleagues in one room. I would suggest rather switch off. We are aware of the presence, rather switch off the other gadget, because that is actually causing the echo.
Okay, I think we've done
that. You may
that,
proceed.
Yeah. Okay, so I think I've spoken about the non-compliance there. And then, Chairperson, there was also contingent liability. SARS, there was tax treatment of grants under objection, but it is still in— Sorry.
Ms. Khan, can you just go one line back at the delay of the process?
Sure. Okay, so there was a reportable irregularity. The annual financial statements were submitted late to the Companies and Intellectual Properties Commission. This was disclosed transparently, and it did not affect the audit opinion, or did it indicate any financial mismanagement. Now, the auditors advised us that in terms of the Auditing Profession Act, the auditors must report any irregularity that may constitute a breach of the fiduciary duties. So in this case, the late submission was flagged as such, not because of fraud or financial misconduct, but because it technically breached Section 31 of the Companies Act, which requires the financial statements to be prepared and approved within 6 months of the year end. So that was the issue. So there was no adverse audit impact because of the fact that we were in the state of being wound down as well, Chairperson. Now, also there was the other issue that came out through the audit was the contingent liability. The tax treatment of the grants under objection. It's still in progress, but it is not expected to result in any material liability. Importantly, Chairperson, there were no payments to any of the board members, the directors, and this just reinforced that everyone offered, their services in the interest of the public. Chairperson, we've also, in our audit, it was indicated that there was a full compliance with the grant conditions. Mr. Tebahai did indicate that there was a conditional grant that was provided to the LOC. And in addition, the Department of Sport, Cultural Affairs and Sport in the Western Cape provided funding, as well as the City of Cape Town. So they were all, there was full compliance with the grants conditions. Chairperson, I'll move on now to the next slide, slide 15. And here, I'm not going to go slide by slide, Chairperson, just to indicate that slides 15, 16, and 17, they speak of the responsibilities of the directors, and the directors meaning the board members. But just very quickly, slide 15 speaks about the internal controls, which were confirmed by the directors. Slide 16 speaks to the going concern. The going concern basis was not adopted because of the operations that are being wound down. The work of the board is completed. And then the statements instead reflect the distribution of the assets and the settlement of liabilities as it applies to any organization that's winding down. And the annual financial statements supported the viability of the non-profit company. And then slide 17 talks about the audit and representations. The external auditor's report is presented on page 6 to 8 of the financial statements. That was an annexure to this report. And the financial statements have been audited by the independent audited firms, and they were given unrestricted access to all of our financial records, to all the related data, including the minutes of all the meetings, the directors and the committees of the directors. And the directors also believe that all representations made to the independent auditor during the audit were valid and appropriate. Chairperson, I'm going to go now to slide 18. Here again, Chairperson, I'm not going to read word for word because it gives you the independent reports, auditor's report from slide 18 to 20. And if you look at slide 18, it talks to me that the report, the audit was performed in accordance with the international standards on auditing. The auditor's responsibilities are detailed in the report's dedicated section, and the auditors confirmed independence under the IRBA code and other requirements, other South African independence requirements. And also, if you go to page...
Scan, just a second for me. I see a hand from Honorable Molatani.
Chairperson, I think their time it's up. I've been keeping time with me.
No, Honorable Molatani, I'm the chairperson. Please proceed, Ms. Khan.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, as I said, slide 19 is the auditors fulfilled all the other ethical responsibilities. And in slide 20, sorry. On slide 20, the independent auditors speak about their findings on the controls and the funds. And I think these slides were already shared, Chairperson, so I'm not going to go into details. And then also from slide 21 to 24, it's the annual financial statements. I'm not going to go through it because these are replicated and it comes from the document that we provided as a support document to the presentation. And these are on page 10 to page 25 of the annual financial statements. So I'm not going to read through it, Chairperson. I'm going to go straight through to slide number 26. Okay, Chairperson, slide number, okay, let me go to slide number 25. Slide number 25 gives you, the income, and you can see there from the, on the income on these slides, and this is just the graph. And if you go to slide number 26, this gives you the details, the key insights from the chart. And here the government grants were the dominant source at 65.4 million. It reflects the strong public sector commitment. Sponsorship contributed 18.2 million, while the ticket sales, merchandise and other income streams rounded out the portfolio. So, Chairperson, you would see on the graph all the different areas and how the funding and the actual quantities of funding that was allocated.
Ms. Khan, may I ask that you be mindful? You have 3 minutes left.
Sure. Okay, so Chairperson, I think let me just skip then quickly to slide number 27, because I think this is 20. Let me go to 28 because I think the expenditure is very important. Sorry. Okay, in terms of expenditure, I'm not going to read through the slide. I'm just going to go straight to the next one. Here, Chairperson, the slide presents a full expenditure for the World Cup. And as the slide indicates, the largest cost driver was the venue and infrastructure, followed by the event operations and professional services. Now, if you look at venues and infrastructure, it was 35.2 million. That makes up 29% of the total expenditure. And this was for the hire of the CTICC, the stage, rigging, lighting, seating, and the technical build-up. And then in terms of events operations, that was 29 million for logistics, accommodation, transport, catering, volunteer security. Professional services made up 13% for the audit, legal, HR, broadcast, consulting. Marketing and communications was 10% for branding, PR, media, digital. There were legal assets and compliance, 16%. That was for the floors and the distribution, insurance, depreciation. Then if you look at other, was 10 million, and it's 8%. And you would want to know what the other is. So it was for the administration, compliance, tax, forest, and also the closure costs.
Khan, just a second. I see another hand, Honorable Mtetwa.
Good morning, Chair. I'm not seeing the slide that talks to those figures.
No.
Yeah, I can see. I don't know other members. I'm not too sure whether that has anything to do with our gadgets, but I can see it very clearly now.
I now can see it, Chair.
So the rain is gone. Proceed, Ms. Khan.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, I'm rushing through the slides because of time, but here is the expenditure. And in my narrative, I was talking about, in this slide, number 29, and if you have a copy of the presentation, all of this is in there, but I'm having to rush through it, Chairperson, given the time that we've been given. So I'm going to go past this now. I've spoken about other expenditure because I thought it was important for us to indicate that. Chairperson, I'm going to go straight through to slide. Okay. I think the important thing that we must remember, Chairperson, that if you look at the financials, I'm trying to get to this slide quickly. If you look at the financials, we had a total expenditure of 121 million. I'm not sure where I'm going to find it here now, but it's in the slides, and I don't want to waste time. So the total expenditure for 2024 was 121.6 million. There was a deficit of 24.62 million. And if you look at, this was for 2024, in 2023, we had a surplus of 17.9 million. Now, this deficit is a structural deficit. It's not symptomatic of any mismanagement. So if you look at the 3 years, Chairperson, so over the 3 financial years, the entity scaled up its operations, as I've indicated, and we delivered a successful event, and we're now in the wind down stage. So in 2022 and 2023, the organization recorded a surplus of 12.26 million in 2022 and 17.9 million in 2023. So there was already a total surplus of 30.2 million, which we managed to responsibly carry forward. In 2024, the entity recorded a deficit, as it's indicated here, of 24.6 million. So this was a planned accounting outcome of closure. So this deficit, this 30 million, took care of this deficit of 24 million. The surplus took care of the deficit of 24 million. And there is still a surplus of 5.57 million. And that 5.57 million is now going to be used, Chairperson, as we close down the company. So I thought I would emphasize that, Chairperson, that yes, there was a deficit, but the deficit is being taken care of by the surplus from the other 2 financial years. And even with that, there's still a surplus now that's helping us, because in the next 3 months, we will be closing down the company. So, Chairperson, I'm going to hand over to the Chairperson of the board, who will take us through the rest of the presentation. Thank you. To close.
May I ask, I gave you 2 minutes extra time, but I allowed this, and I'm going to tell you what. This is the only opportunity after 2 years that this parliament and its citizens are now in a position to say that the financial status of report of World Netball Board is now out in the public domain. It is now registered with Parliament. That's why I'm leaving you, because this is a very sensitive part. I also see on our group that members say they haven't seen it. I received this. And maybe the portfolio committee secretary must respond on the group. I have seen this. This is a very, very most important part of netball, World Netball, the problems that we have in our previous meeting. To an extent that someone even mentioned it, it is diabolic. This thing is diabolic. It is 2 years ago, but we are happy and we are now fortunate having this opportunity through the portfolio committee to see and witness that we are now seeing it. So I'm going to give you 3 minutes. I'm going to give you 3 minutes. I see there's only a few pages left.
Yes.
After that one, and some pictures at the back. Please proceed.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I think the last slides, it's more to talk to the winding down, that with the event successfully delivered and audited, the NPC has entered its winding down phase. The deregistration process with CIPC has commenced, and our final closeout report is in print. And this marks the responsible conclusion of the entity's life cycle in line with its founding mandate. And the next slide, of slide 32, I think here we just thought we just need to remind the meeting that during the closing ceremony, His Excellency President Ramaphosa made a powerful commitment. Open quote, he said The gift that we are going to give to the women of South Africa is to build a netball arena. This statement, a close quote, this statement made during the Women's Month affirms the legacy intent of the Netball World Cup 2023 and the national commitment to gender equity in sport infrastructure. And from our side, Chair, we want to acknowledge and thank our sponsors for their invaluable support, the contribution that enabled not only the delivery of the world-class event, but also the activation and legacy of programs that will benefit communities across South Africa. The support throughout this journey. And obvious thanks again to you, Honorable Chair and members. We express our deep appreciation to the Portfolio Committee and our three spheres of government for the immense support in making us to really be able to deliver this. It will be wrong for me, Chair, not to even thank my organization, SASCOC, because I had to take some time out. But also we have to thank the tournament director who worked, was an operational team member together with the team that made a very huge contribution in making this thing to a success. And I think lastly, to our department, they've held hand with us. Honorable Minister DG, we really thank you so much for the support in making this event a success. I think from there, Chair, we'll pause and thank you very much.
Thank you, Netball World Cup. I'm now going to give members an opportunity. Honorable Mteto, I see a hand. Honorable Monatsani. So far, please remove the presentation in order for me to see the hands. But in the meantime, I am giving this two honorable members an opportunity. I am giving you, as from now, as I have witnessed the amount of members present and the time to our disposal, I am giving you, Honorable Mteto, 8 minutes. I will go past a few seconds, but you have 8 minutes. Then Honorable Mkunu, please proceed, Honorable Mteto, and use your 8 minutes wisely.
Thank you, Chair. I will be very short. My 8 minutes will be very, very short. Chair, in terms of the audited financials and the presentation that has been made now, it talks about management having, members having served voluntarily. But when you look at the audited financials of 2022, page 20, it shows a management fee of 1.1 million. I want to find out who was paid as key management. And these questions, I want to direct these questions to the tournament director, because she was not here when we met with the team last time. I want to find out who was paid in that, because when you go to the audited financials of 2023, ending March 31, you see a different picture, which shows a payment. Okay, let me go to the 2023. The management fee, which shows a different figure now, which is 106,844. And you would remember that I said in the audited financials of 2022, it showed 1.042 million to the management fee. But in the audited financials of 2023, it shows 902,500. So I want to find out from the tournament director, which is which here. Thank you. Can you respond to
Are you going to use your 8 minutes in that fashion, Honorable Mteto? I'm happy for you to do that.
Yes, please, Chair.
Okay, can we have a response on the 1 million management fee, and can we have a response on the discrepancy on the audited financial indication and statements? Please proceed to whom the question has been directed to.
Thank you, Chair. I think on the question that is being asked as a board, and I think Blanche, you must also help us here. On the 1 million at that time, we had not yet appointed a tournament director, if I remember. And what we resolved as a board was to appoint an interim tournament director. And what we did, we had to, I'm looking for the right word, we had to top up the salary of the CEO of Netball, because he's the one that we asked to in the interim, in the absence of the tournament director, to assist the board. And I think part of the money was towards her. And then, but also we had a project manager.
Yeah, let me chip in. I'm going to save some time for your honorable. I don't want us to use the word I think some of the money was for. I think let's get the facts. Who was the money for? Just for clarity for the honorable follow-up question.
No, if it's in relation to the board member at that time, Chair, I'm definitely correct that it was Ms. Blanche Lege, who as a board we appointed to be an interim tournament director while we're busy with the process of appointing the tournament director. Thank you, Chair.
So is she the one who got 122,000 in terms of payments, yet as a board member, yet in your presentation you're saying that no one was paid? Which is which?
Honorable Chair, I think what we made reference to in the current presentation was in the financial year end 2024. And we didn't have any directors paid in this financial year, sir.
Yes. In your statement, 2023 audited financials, it shows 902.5 that was paid. But in your 2022 audited financials, it shows 0 payment. That's why but be that as it may, let me continue with your financial.
Honorable Tetwa, just a
Yes,
second. I'm gonna stop the watch again. I see there's not many hands, so I'm going to leverage the time and there's only 3 hands, but the tournament director is also present, and if I'm right, she's invited, or and we have also requested her, and I think the question was directed to her. Can we get a response from the tournament director on these 2 points as well?
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, Minister and members of the committee. Chair, on the 2022 financial year, we had a 1042 that was presented, which was like the chairs already said, I was not present at the time. There was no staff employed, but the money was paid to Mr. Gerarde, who was the CFO at the time, and also to Blanche Delage. And I think the payment was done because there was no payroll system, and there were invoices that were submitted, and hence the payment of that 1042 million. Thank you, Chair.
And then that is reflected on the 2022 financials. What has changed in 2023 financials, audited financials, that now shows a 902.5 in the same year that you are talking to, that you've reflected, that is reflected as 1.42, 1,042,000. But 2023 audited financials, it shows 902, not 110. Why is there a discrepancy? What has caused that?
Chair, I wouldn't be able to respond to that because when I left in January 2024, the end of January 2024, we were still busy concluding those financials for March, ending March 2023. They were not yet approved by the board. But on the draft that I have, I still have the 1042 for 2022 and 2023, I've got 0. I don't have any figure there.
And in my audited financials of 2023, there is not 0, it's 106,844 for the same item. So there's so many discrepancies that I've picked up. I can take you through a number of those. But as you are responding, tournament director, you are saying draft. I'm talking about audited financials. I'm not talking about a draft that was still yet to be approved. These are audited financials that don't reflect the same. What would be the cause of that? Tournament director? I'm asking questions because we're not part of the meeting last time and we couldn't get explanation on the same financials.
Like I said, Chair, when we left, those financials for 31st March 2023 were not yet approved. So the ones that were approved that you have in front of you, I don't have them and I cannot talk to them.
So I wish we could go item by item in terms of what you had that was not yet approved, because what has been approved after you left it's not tallying. The numbers are not the same. I can tell you that the numbers in the same. I mean, these were audited by the same audit company. I don't know the ones that were audited in 2024 by a different company, which also is another question. Why a different company when you have presented, Ms. Khan, you have presented that everything was fine. There were no findings. But these financials, for me, Chairperson, these financials, they show a cut and paste. They have been cooked. I can tell you that they've been cooked. The numbers, you can't say these are audited financials. When you look at 2022 audited financials, it shows a different figure, 1.042. But the same year on the audited financials, because audited financials of 2023 reflect the 2022 expenditures and the 2023, but they are not the same. They're not giving the same.
May I ask that you hold your questions? We're going to have much more follow-ups as there's very little hands. Ms. Khan, there is this allegation that there's a potential that the financials are being cooked. What is your response to that, and how do you see these discrepancies as being explained by both present representatives?
And Chairperson, if she could also explain the fact that previously they couldn't present financials because they alleged that they had not been given these financials by the tournament director. But today we have financials that they are now saying they were finalized and they don't tally. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, a response. And after the response, I will then give an opportunity to Honorable Molatsani, following by Honorable Mkunu, following by Honorable Potgieter.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to respond to the issue of the audit. I think Ms. Khan did explain that when we had to continue with the audit, unfortunately, the auditors that did the previous one, Honorable Chair, were not available, because I think at that time it was the time that most of the companies were going through audit. But what the TD is saying around the issue that in that financial year it was a 0, she is correct. And on the issue that the audit was cooked, really, Honorable Chair, I'm not going to say yes to what you are saying, but just to emphasize to you that when as a board realizing that the previous company audit firm couldn't want to do it, we asked our accounting firm, which is Red Dot, to advise us in terms of what should be our next process in this regard. And you must also remember that we also had pressure of closing the report for March 2024, because at the end of the day, even World Netball was on our case that initially they were going to even suspend Netball South Africa. So at that point then, as a board, we met and we resolved to appoint this new company. And I just want to indicate to you, Honorable Mteto, that in them doing the audit, we had received the documents from our then finance manager, and the accounting firm is the one that helped us in terms of putting all the documents together. And we had daily meetings, as Mrs. Khan said, just to verify and make sure that all what was audited was proper. So that's the feedback that I can give, Chair, on that matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Honorable Molatani, you have 8 minutes and 27 seconds. I'll use my discretion depending on the content. Please proceed.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, Chairperson.
Morning.
Good morning to the Minister, Deputy Minister. I didn't check who's in the meeting. Good morning, honorable members, DSEC staff, the new board of Netball South Africa, to the Netball World, whatever, it's fine, Chair. And also let me welcome the presentation and let me congratulate the new board the new executive that has just been elected. Chairperson, I think I will go in the same route that Honorable Mthethwa has just went with my question. My first question, it will go straight to Miss Patience. I can't spell the same name just like you, Chairperson. I just want to ask Miss Patience that it's only today that I realize that she is part of the World Netball, whereas the last time in our meeting we requested
Honorable
that
Molatani.
Yes, Chair.
Before you go any further, the previous meeting, she was present, she was introduced as part of the World Netball. I just want to correct that for the record. I am pretty sure about that. She has been introduced.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Chairperson. I just want to check with the Chairperson, even though you just explained that. That is she having a permanent work somewhere? That will be my first question. The second question that I want to ask on top of that, I just want to check with Ms. Patience that when we ask about the issues of World Netball report in our first meeting of the 22nd of April 2025, she never responded like we were expecting as being part. She will say something as being part of the World Netball. And I'm trying to find my okay. Yeah, I'm here, Chair. The other question, Chairperson, the last question from Ms. Hume Patience. Hume Patience is that how did she juggle between, if she's full-time employed somewhere, between being in SASCOC and being in a World Netball? Thank you, Chair. I will pause there and wait for the answer.
Patience.
Thank you, Chair. I think the first one you've covered me that in the last meeting, I'm the one who even presented on behalf of the board as the chairperson. I think the second part to it, honorable member, is yes, I am the chief operating officer of SASCOC, and I was the fact that as a board our role was not operational but oversight. That's what helped in terms of be able to juggle around my responsibilities, because I was the whole operational issues of the Netball World Cup was actually managed by the tournament director and her team. So ours was more oversight in terms of providing strategic direction, fiduciary responsibility around how the event was planned. I think that's basically how it helped me to be able to manage the whole process. I hope that suffices. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, to the tournament director. On the 22nd of April, when we have the portfolio, when Netball was at the portfolio, we asked about the report. If the report was given, the final report was given regarding the Netball World Cup. And the response that we got from Cynthia, the DG, as well as from the patients, was that there is no report of Netball World Cup. The tournament director, he did not submit the closing report. I just want to check with the tournament director that did he submit the closing report, and when did he submit it? If yes, he did submit, can he also give us the date and show the proof of when did she submit that report? Because we were having, we were told that the report was not submitted. Specifically to not to DG, to Netball director.
The TD. I'm saying the TD.
Okay,
the
yes,
tournament director,
the TD.
please respond.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Member, on the 1st of February 2024, early in the morning, around past 12, I sent a report, interim report, because it was not yet a final report. I sent the management accounts as at the 31st of December, because the January one were not yet available. I sent the carbon footprint, all the annexures, all the reports that we have compiled, and I've emailed them to the board. I've copied the Deputy Minister, Menotabe Mafu. I copied the DG. So all of them received the report on the 1st of February at the early hours before 1 o'clock a.m. on the 1st February 2024. So it is not true that I didn't submit a report. Thank you. I have an email. I can still send it to the portfolio.
Can you submit the proof to our portfolio secretary, and then portfolio secretary will submit that proof to the members, because
Honorable
we are sitting
Malatani,
here, Chairperson.
Can I help you with a phrase? Honorable Chairperson, is it possible for Ms. Masisi?
Thank you, Chairperson. My apology.
Thank you.
My apology, Chairperson.
Okay.
Again, on tournament director, I just want to check how much did the city of Cape Town gave the tournament, gave the Netball World Cup 6 million. If am I right?
Yes, that's correct.
And then how much did the provinces contribute towards the World Cup?
I think, Chairperson, as Mr. Tabahe has already indicated, Western Cape gave us 5 million, and those were the commitments that were made initially when the bid was done. And the City of Cape Town committed to 6 million. The provinces, their contribution, as Dr. Tabahe said, they contributed around 800,000 towards hosting each province for hosting the trophy tour. So all the expenses for the trophy tour, as it was traveling throughout the country, throughout the provinces and the municipalities, those costs were carried by the province, were not carried by us. So that was their contribution. And also in terms also of the conditional grant, like again, that Tabe has said, the money that came.
Chairperson, can I just interject? My
Please
question
do,
is straight. How much did the province contribute, full stop? Did they contribute 2 rand each? Did they contribute 20 rand? Did they contribute 200 rand? That's what I want to know.
Western Cape contributed 5 million. The municipality contributed 6 million. The provinces, their contributions were not directly. We didn't receive money from the provinces directly. Hence, we are saying they were hosting the trophy tour.
Thank you very much. It means from Western Cape, all in all, it's 11 million.
Yes, if you combine the
Yes.
city and the province, yes.
Let me just check. According to the report, there was the first 30 million from the DSEC that was given for the same World Cup. And out of that, I think you've paid 11 million for CTICC. What happened to 19 million? How did 19 million spent? I'm talking about the first 30 million. 11 million is for CTICC, and then 19 million. How does 19 million was spent?
I think, Chair, if you look at the first financials, the first 30 million, the first 30 million was not paid to Netball World Cup 2023. The first 30 million went to Netball South Africa. And as we came in around April 2022, that money was already spent. So I think Blanche was the CEO. Maybe she can account as to what happened to that money, because it was at the LFA, it didn't come to us.
So, excuse me, Chairperson, the 30 million was paid to Netball South Africa, and then 11 million was for the CTICC, and then the 19 million remain. Can the person who received that money from Netball South Africa explain to us how did they spend that 19 million? On what? And Chair, through you, I think we will need a comprehensive breakdown of how did they spend that 19 million. The person from Netball South Africa, can they please respond, because they are the one who received the money.
NSA? I think there was a name mentioned by Ms. Masisi. Is it Blanche, or what did you say?
Honorable Chairperson.
President?
Is the President speaking? At that time, Mayor Blanche de la Guerre was the CEO of Netball South Africa. She does have a comprehensive report on that finance. I think it's proper for her to account on that. Thank you.
Honorable Malatsani?
Chairperson, I'm still waiting for the person who received the money, Mayor Blanche. I think she's part of the meeting, to tell us how did they spend the 19 million.
Ms. Biale, have you mentioned that Blanche is Blanche part of this meeting? Blanche, please proceed.
Good afternoon or good morning, still, Chair, Honorable Chair, and honorable members. Yes, I was very much part of the beginning of the World Cup planning since 2018. There was no company registered at the time, but there were finances that had to be met with World Netball. So the hosting company pays World Netball to host. So it was a few million. I unfortunately did not think we were going back to that financial year, because there were 3 audits done. The audit of Netball South Africa, and the audit of the Department of Sport, National Department of Sport, and then Western Cape. Netball South Africa did not receive 90 million. Netball South Africa received the first 30 million until the registration of Netball World Cup 2023 happened, and all bank accounts was opened and staff appointed. The first question from Honorable, was it Mfotsani? I'm not too sure.
Molotani.
Yes, so I can confirm 30 million went into the account. Payments were made until the company was registered, until bank accounts was open until the finance managers were appointed, and luckily the tournament director at that time. So then after that, funding were directly paid into the Netball World Cup account. A full account's been given. Netball South Africa did an audit. Full account was given for that money at the time. As I said, the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture did an audit because they gave the money, and then also Western Cape. So that money is properly declared, and in the audited financial statement, what was paid for that. If I can quickly answer the first question, I think there was a bit of a hesitant in answering that question, Chair, if you don't mind, because we're not having those previous audited financial statements. But I can just confirm that the Department of Sport assisted us on the request of World Netball, at the time it was INF, to appoint an interim project manager, because we were in the process of advertising for LOC members for the World Cup. That was before our current or the current tournament director was appointed. So it was Ms. Mpete. A full interview was done. The DJ at the time was present, and that amount that honorable I can't remember who was. Yeah. Yes. So that amount was paid. It was, if I remember correctly, 780,000 rand for basically a year that she stood in as project manager. She stayed there until the tournament director started and appointed her own staff. And I was appointed as the tournament director. I was seconded basically to assist, and the difference between my salary at the time and the World Cup 2023 salary was about 30,000 a month, and that came to a 900, that amount in question.
Thank you so much, Blans. Just a second, Honorable Molatsane. Dr. Power, you might contribute to this.
Yes, Chair, good morning to you and to the members, as well as to the Minister and the staff of DSAC. Chair, the Western Cape Government, Department of Cultural Affairs and Sport, we assisted in the administration of the 90 million. So I thought I could perhaps just add to the discussion. The CTICC was around 30 million in total for the cost of the venue. We have to hire the venue 10 days before the actual event in order to build up the venue, because there would be mobile seating. We use both CTICC 1 and CTICC 2 because two games took place at any given time, and then some of the venue, when the games were not on, were also used for training facilities as well. So therefore, the teams that stayed at the Cullinan and surrounding Cape Town could make use of that venue, as well as the training facility in Wynberg at the military base as well. So the CTICC 30 million is what they had, and then the wooden floors was 34 million in total. The wooden floors, Chair, is part of the legacy, and each of the provinces of the west of South Africa received one wooden floor each, but in total the wooden floors cost 34 million. The rest, Chair, was used towards the operational cost of the World Cup, and I'll just read you some of the line items without giving you definitive. We had security that needed to be paid, we had insurance, administrative support, we had the utilities, we had photographers, VIP hospitalities, medals and plaques, merchandise, internal transport, we had marketing, PR and communications that needed to take place over the 3 years. We also had to host the Congress delivery. So the Congress delivery just on its own was 1.6 million, because as part of the hosting of the Netball World Cup, you also have to host the Congress of World Netball, and that took place at the Western Hotel. We also had domestic development, you also had knowledge transfer, and then the total sanction fee that also needed to be paid was 3.4 million. So Chair, these are some of the expenditure that needed to be paid. So the 90 million was used for towards that, and then also the 6 million and 5 million was used towards the operational costs. And then from the Western Cape provincial government side, we also built 27 new courts as well as upgrade.
Please wrap up on
the further to government transfer. We also structured.
I think Dr. Bauer's signal is bad. Honorable Molotani, I have pressed the stopwatch. You have 3 minutes left. I just want to say again, how did we arrive here? We arrived here and asked for the breakdown, and thank you for the contribution, Doctor. The committee raised frustration that we have not received the audited finance because of the delays. Some of it we received, some of it has been tabled, and I just wanted to give clarity. Honorable Molotani, please use your 3 minutes wisely.
Chairperson, can I raise my dishappiness, if you allow me? Yes. I think I'm expecting to get an answer from the question that I've asked. Officials from Netball, they mustn't bring things that we didn't ask. They must give us what we've asked, not bringing something outside just to make sure that we've got an answer. Because every time when you came to the portfolio committee to ask questions, already we've done our own research. We know what we are talking about. The only thing that we're expecting from them is to tell us if our research is wrong or right. So the other thing is that when Blanche answered to say that she never thought that we'll bring this here, where are we supposed to bring it? It's supposed to come here because we want to see that the money that was allocated for netball, it has done that, or something else. If everything was done accordingly, we couldn't be asking all these questions. We ask these questions because we know very well that somewhere along the line, there are funds that are missing. For an example, Chairperson, when a member from NSA was presenting regarding the issue of the statements, what she was talking about, it's not appearing, it's only appearing on the presentation. Presentation is not an audited. We need an audited financial statement of what he was talking about. She talked about other things. What is other things, Chairperson? What is other things? We need to know what is other things. So can Netball South Africa and World Netball, they must just go straight to what we've asked. They mustn't dilly-dallying around our questions because we know what we are talking about. Chairperson, let me go to the TD. TD, can you just explain that when I was busy doing my research, I ended up finding that there were cars that were rented out for certain board members to attend the meeting in Stellenbosch. Is it true or not?
I wouldn't be sure about the meeting, but when the board members can travel to Cape Town, we'll book flights and also book cars for them.
No. Specifically, through you, Chairperson, the meeting was in Stellenbosch. Did you book any car for board members to travel from Cape Town to Stellenbosch to attend meetings?
I only remember of one meeting or one incident where we booked for the chairperson. She came to us. Yeah, that's the only one I could remember.
After attending that meeting, or was it the meeting that is concerned with the netball? Did he submit any minutes after that meeting? Specifically, why did the meeting held outside Cape Town, whereas the tournament was in Cape Town?
I wouldn't know, Chair, but the chairperson doesn't report to us, so he doesn't send the minutes of the meetings she attends to us. So we don't have that.
Any response from patients or?
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Moletsane. I think the reference to going to Stellenbosch, I'd gone to a launch of an event where I think they're launching the Sport Pratia kit.
Yeah.
That's the one that I attended. It was a launch, it was not necessarily a meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you so much. Honorable Moletsane,
Thank you,
follow-up
Chairperson.
questions and other questions, please hold it for later.
Chairperson,
Your time
I
has now expired.
can I just
am-
have a last two questions, Chairperson? It's important.
Okay, take it.
Chairperson, I just want to check again with the tournament director. According to your financials, there's a duplication of payments. I want us to be clear on this one. Let me open my laptop so that I can go straight to those items. There's a duplication.
While you open your
of-
laptop, honorable member.
No,
can
I'm
I
on
gi-
it. Okay.
Oh,
Chair.
okay. I just wanted to give Blanche an opportunity.
Can I finish, Chair? I've already opened it.
Oh, okay, finish.
Yes. The year 2019-2020, World Netball cost transfer payment to Netball South Africa of 4.2. It's 1920. And then again, 2021 transfer payment to Netball South Africa, it was 3 million, which is all in all, it's 7.2 million. And then when you check again, the World Netball World Cup, NPC, also paid the same amount to World Netball, the amount of 7.2 chairperson. I just want to check what was the amount for and why do they have the duplication of amount? Was it what was the amount for, chairperson? Is the
Right.
amount 7.2 was paid later, and it was paid later? It's 7.2 that was paid in two forms of 3 million, 4.2, and then again it was the same amount of 7.2 was paid again. So which means here we are now talking about 14.4 million that was paid. Who was the CEO at that time? Can they explain to us what was the amount for and why was they have the duplication of payments?
Thank you, Honorable Moletsane. Blanche.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Moletsane, just an apology from me. I didn't think you were bringing this. I was of the opinion we're discussing the latest financials. I apologize for that. I would have had my file with me, but let me just respond to that. When we host the World Cup, when we bid to host, we had to secure that we will bring in for World Netball a £1 million profit. So the first bid we did, we couldn't put in that amount. We didn't reach that amount. And the DJ at the time said, let us put in a legacy program that will assist Africa and Netball South Africa and South Africa Netball, which was the wooden sprung floors. Now, if you ask me why the amounts are the same, we were allowed or requested by World Netball, at the time it was INF, to pay it over the 4-year period. So it was, if I remember correctly, 200,000 pound at the 200,000 pound at the time over 4-year period, and the difference sometimes was the value of the rand, obviously. changed. So we had to pay that upfront. The last payment was done in 2023 at the World Cup when we met with World Netball.
Chairperson, through you, because I can hear that
I
Ms.
regret to do this to you.
Chairperson, please, Chairperson. I'm begging you, Chairperson. I can hear that Ms. Blanche is trying to answer, but it's like she doesn't say anything. Can the tournament director tell us, explain to us what happened there?
I must just mention, honorable members, the tournament director was not part of this meeting, the first one. She's now part of the second one, but I think to do justice also to Netball South Africa and World Netball Board, that proof of the submission of the report by the tournament director has been sent to members as well. But I am only giving a time for the director to respond, and then I have to go to honorable.
Let me have my last question before he responds.
No, honorable Molotani,
no,
it's not going to happen.
I want him just to combine everything, Chair. Then
honorable Molotani, keep it for the second round. You're far over 8 minutes. Ms. Masisi, can you respond to this?
Thank you, Chair. To the duplication of payments.
Yes, Honorable Molotani have asked a question.
What Blanche has just said now, there were on the hosting agreement, there were monies that were supposed to be paid to World Netball. It was £200, as she's stating. It was actually the guarantee, the forecast surplus was £1.349422. And the guaranteed elements of that was £1,012,068 that was supposed to be paid to INF. And of that amount, £742,182 was supposed to be paid to INF as a guaranteed surplus share. And it was to be paid, as Blanche has correctly said, in 4 payments. The first payment of £200 was due by the 30th of June 2020. The second payment was due by the 30th of June 2021 of £200. And by 2022, there's supposed to be another £200,000. And the last one was £142,182 to be paid by the 30th of June 2023. So as from what I hear the Memolotane saying, there were payments that we made also from our financials. If you look at the 2022 financials, that's about 7 point something million that was paid on the financials that are end in 2022. So the duplication, I wouldn't know, because the money that she's referring to, it says is coming from GSEC that went directly to NSA and World Netball costs. So I guess that I cannot account for. I only know of the one that are on our financials, which were paid, whilst the first 30 million was at NSA. So, yes.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, may I just make the following remark? I'm going to give the Honorable Mkune an opportunity now, then the Honorable Potgieter. I also saw a hand before Honorable Khabo, Honorable Mutambi. I would also advise that I'm considering in future to ask all members to raise their hands if they would want to say something. Reason being, following the amount of members raising their hands, I have a look at the time, do some calculations, and then allocate a certain amount of minutes, because I take cognizance of the fact that sometimes you have to give a small explanation or a small speech in terms of what you have done and observed in your oversight. But it is better if members really want to dig into this whole questions and have proper answers. It is good to rather ask the questions crisp to the point. But it is for honorable members to decide how they're going to use their time allocation. I'm now going to give an opportunity to Honorable Mkunu.
Morning, Chair.
Yes, and the other thing I want to say, please don't greet us. We have greeted, don't greet the minister, don't greet you. You're eating into your own time. We appreciate you and we love you, but don't greet, you eat your time. Please proceed, honorable members.
Chair. Okay.
There was greeting before. Let her greet everyone.
That's manners, Chairperson, mannerism.
Okay.
I hear.
Okay. The 2023 NWC board was composed mainly of government officials and administrators from government-funded entities. Raising questions about independence and potential political interference. And the question is, what governance rationally informed the decision to constitute a board dominated by government representatives? And how was independence ensured to avoid the political influence? Can I get an answer, please?
Is there any response? World Netball Board?
Thank you, Chair. I think the first part about how we constituted, I'm not sure if the DG can help on that, but I can confirm that I was one independent board member because I was not a member of NSA or also coming from the three spheres of government. But also just to indicate that the other members that we had from the three spheres of government is because they are part of the shareholder based on the funding that they gave to us. So I'll kindly request the DG if you can be able to respond to that, because we are appointed by the late Minister Mteto. Thank you, Chair.
Dr. Kumalo?
Thanks, Chair. The board, from my understanding, was comprised of 6 members. The 3 independent members and the other 3 from the shareholders, I think as the chairperson is saying, which was the City of Cape Town, the Province of Western Cape, and the National Department. So from where we sit, the issues of governance and oversight were what was prioritized by the former DG and the former minister when they actually constituted that. I hope that covers the question. Thanks, Chair.
Honorable Mkunu?
Did the department or board implement any conflict of interest declarations or safeguard to prevent bias in decision-making and financial oversight?
Response, like the way the questions is coming, frank, to the point, and crisp.
Thank you, Chair. I think from our side, in relation to compliance to good governance, in every meeting that we've hosted, we just after the confirmation of the agenda, each board member or anyone who's attending our meeting, they had to declare any conflict of interest. So we had that process that we signed. Thank you very much.
Honorable Mchono?
Okay, the report shows assets dropped from 118.9 million to 8.27 million with other expenses, ballooning to 121.5 million, yet no detailed expenditure breakdown was provided. The question is, what constituted the 1 to 1.5 million other expenses line item in the 2023-2024 financial year, and why has this not been itemized in the audited financial statement?
Response?
Okay, Ms. Khan will respond, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, yes, in terms of there is a graph in the in the presentation, but we didn't go into the details. The details are in the financial statements themselves, but just to indicate, in terms of the details, the venue and infrastructure comprised 29%. That was 35 million. It was for the CT, ICC, the hire, the staging, the rigging, lighting, seating, and the technical build. If you look at events operations, it comprised 24%. It was 29.2 million. That was for the logistics, accommodation, transport, catering, volunteers.
Thank you, Ms. Khan.
and the security.
That's fine. That's enough. Dr. Bauer also spoke to those issues.
Okay.
Next question, Honorable Mkono.
Yes, the NTC ended with 5.6 million surplus and positive solvents, but the report does not specify how remaining funds were used. How were the remaining 5.6 million in net assets utilized after the close of the World Cup? And were these funds applied in accordance with the approved financial close-out plan?
Thank you, Honorable Mkono. I think we're currently winding down, as I indicated earlier, but also just to confirm to you that we're also doing the last audit with year-end March 2025. But some of the money that we had as surplus, it was just to continue in terms of winding down in the process and also dealing with other debts that we're supposed to clear. So that's how
Are you
we're
in a
managing the
position
process.
to inform Honorable Mkono by when you are going to close shop? Because it is almost 3 years later.
Yeah, no. Our target date, it's end of December. We should be done, Chair. I must also indicate to you that when we met with World Netball to present the audited statement and just to clarify some issues, even from their side, they've pleaded that by end of this month, they just want to close the book from their side as well. So we are really pushing to make sure that we meet
Thank
that,
you
Chair.
so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms.
And the
Mkono?
last question. South Africa continues to host major sporting events. Lessons from the World Cup are critical for governance and fiscal accountability. The question is, what governance, financial management, and reporting lessons were identified from the hosting the 2023 Netball World Cup, and how will this be institutionalized for future events?
Thank you, Honorable Mkono. Ma'am Khan will respond to it.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson and Ms. Mkono, I think for us, the important thing was to set up the structures. All the governance structures had to be set up. The organizing committee has to be set up early in time. All the approvals from government, because major events have to go to cabinet. So the cabinet, the bidding and hosting regulations have to be followed in time and get to cabinet to approve it in time before we even go out to a bid. The other thing is we must remember that every organization who wants to host a major event must have the finances and the resources themselves first before they come to government, because there cannot be an over-reliance on government to fund major events. The other issue, Madam Chair, is that we believe that major events play a bigger role than just hosting an event. It also promotes tourism, and I think the Department of Tourism came on board, but we believe that it could have been better and more robust. From a World Cup netball point of view, Madam Chair, the issue of merchandising.
I'm aware we are dealing with Netball South Africa, but it is Chairperson and not Madam Chair.
Sorry, Chairperson. I'm so sorry. No, no offense intended.
Madam Chair.
Sorry, Madam. No, Mr. Chairperson, yes. So, Chairperson, merchandising, I think that's something we really underestimated as the board, because there was such a demand for shirts, T-shirts, and memorabilia from the event. And I think within 2 days of the start of the World Cup, they were completely sold out. So we could have made much more money from the World Cup if we had planned better and we had more stock, and importantly, if all of those things happened timelessly, well in advance. So I think, we really were pushed for time as a board, as an organization, and we could have made more money out of the World Cup to benefit, especially in Netball South Africa, because any profits, anything that now remains, even out of that small 5 million, Chairperson, it will go to Netball South Africa. So I think that's some of the lessons we've learned. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much, Honorable Mpunu, for engaging in such a thoughtful manner. You have asked 7 questions in 3 minutes. You have 5 minutes left. I must say that you have assisted in clarifying key points and made this discussion constructive. I'm now giving an opportunity to Honorable Potgieter.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't sure if the honourable member was finished yet. Yes, I'd just like to understand, I did hear that the response that the original auditor wasn't available at the time. Can I get an understanding of why that was? Because essentially, this has been their auditor since their inception, and now all of a sudden they weren't available to do their particular audit. So if we can get an understanding of why that was, as well as who approved the decision to change the auditors in the same year that sort of spending ballooned a little bit. And why that change, I mean, they've kind of explained it, but not really, but it seems to have been made just before their financial close. And if we can understand the procurement process that was followed with regards to the change of auditors, and whether or not the Departments of Sports, Arts and Culture and National Treasury played any role, or, were given or approved the appointments of the new auditor. If I can just get an understanding on that, Chair, and then I'll continue.
Thank you. Can we have answers to those questions?
Chair, thank you to Honorable Potgieter. I think on the issue of the auditors, we must acknowledge as a board that we're having pressure from World Netball, and I think even after our last portfolio committee appearance, when we had to account, we really felt that as a board we need to push the issue of the audit. So the reason they couldn't do it, they wanted to extend, and we allow them to do the other lot of audits that they do in government. And we felt that if we have to wait until September, we're going to be in very serious problems. So what we did in terms of process, we then requested our accounting firm to be able to help us in getting another audit. And that's when then we got these new auditors to come in and help. And just to confirm in terms of process, as a board, we discussed it and we resolved in a meeting that we'll appoint these new auditors to be able to help us in the audit. I didn't hear the last question.
The procurement processes.
Okay,
the second one and the third one was DSEC involved in the appointment. Did DSEC play a role in the appointment of the auditors?
Okay. I'll ask Mem Khan first to respond on the procurement, and then I'll respond on the last one.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think with regard to the appointment of the new auditors, the Chairperson has already indicated that we went to our accountants who provided us with the option of using PKF. The board then met and we took a decision due to the urgency of the matter that we would appoint them. So it was a decision of the board on an urgent basis to appoint PKF. And we did due diligence and we checked with their profile. They had been involved in many of the public entities audits as well. So based on that, we appointed them. The issue of DSAC was not involved in the procurement because the board was the oversight committee. At the time, we had no staff, so the board took the decision. Thank you very much.
That's fine. Honorable Potgieter.
Thanks, Chair. I'm not clear on why the original auditors were not available. Can you just explain that to me, please?
Thanks, Chair. The original auditors were not available, Madam Member, is because of the fact that they were contracted to many of the government departments. So at the time, they did not have sufficient resources to devote to Netball World Cup 2023. So they were very clear at the time that, and they were not prepared to meet our timelines. They were prepared to do it, but not meet our timelines because of the fact that they were doing many government audits who had the same timeline as us. Thank you, Chair.
No, I think the issue was the late submission and not timeline. But please proceed, Honourable Potgieter.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, I'd just like to understand the funding and the legacy delivery, and I think some of my colleagues have touched on it, so I won't go too much into it. But the mechanism that ensured that the legacy projects were actually implemented and maintained, audited. You've explained with regards to the flooring and equipment and the distribution across the provinces. But I'd like to understand from the departments if they've verified, that the facilities that did benefit from these projects are functional and they benefited communities, and that it's not just a case of we've spent money and it's gone down a black hole. So if the department can clarify that quickly. Thanks, Chair.
Isaac?
Thanks, Chair. Tebogo, CD Tebogo, if you could come in, please, with a response.
Thank you so much, Chair. Chair, if the member could just repeat the question, I just missed the last part there.
It is about the legacy projects, whether you do oversight on it. And I think simultaneously also speak to Dr. Bauer, speak about, I think, wooden floors or something. So somehow, somewhere within the precinct of, I think, CTIC, there still have to be some of these projects prevalent there. Proceed.
That's fine, Chair. Yes. Chair, we have, in terms of the legacy projects, all the costs that were delivered, I can say that I think 80-90% of them, we were able to do a handover with the ministers, previous ministers that were responsible to do the handovers upon completion of each one of those costs. As far as the floors are concerned, because they were delivered post the World Cup and at different times. And what was required for us there was to confirm directly with the provincial departments of sports the deliveries, the deliverable addresses and so forth, where these are going to be stored. We received confirmation that each and every one of the 9 provinces have received this legacy flooring courts, and they've been stored in various locations where provincial netball preferred that they be stored at. So as far as legacy is concerned, we had physically been there to see the handover in 90% of this, and in others we couldn't go, but they had been completed. That much we can attest to, because they were just in a process of being completed at the time that the previous ministers were there. But I think by now we can attest that all of them were completed and have been handed over or are currently in use. Thanks.
We have also requested a marathon of information, and I am almost sure that this was part of it. I just want the portfolio secretary to perhaps just have a look, and if we did not receive it, perhaps that such a list be provided to the portfolio committee members to fulfill their oversight role as well. Honourable Potgieter.
Yes, thank you, Chair. You've preempted me. I would appreciate that. In terms of the governance of board composition, I don't have any particular issues, but again, and I'm going to raise this and you'll probably learn this about me, I'd like to understand the conflict of interest disclosures that were made with regards to the board members who simultaneously held other posts. So it is raised as a a possible concern that needs to be noted, but there are people who held posts between DSAC, SASCOC, the NSA, and the City of Cape Town. So if you can define the conflict of interest disclosures that were done there, and the reason there was no sort of civil society or independent representative on the board.
Any responses?
Chair, I've got my hand up.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Lyndon, and I was the Provincial Government of the Western Cape representative, and each of us were, when we had to, in the month of March, declare of any directorships, then that would be declared formally to our provincial government, and also on all the forms that we needed to complete. Also to note that each of us, both at city, province and national, we needed to be nominated by our respective province or city or entity. So in my case, at that stage, the provincial minister, Anu Mave, would have nominated me in concurrence with the head of department. So it was a nomination process to national that took place, but all the necessary forms were completed, also with a proviso that any one of us in government could not receive any remuneration because we were in positions already. So that was made quite clear, and hence the reason why no remuneration was possible. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honor, Dr. Bauer.
Sorry, Chairperson, I need to also respond to say that I was a representative of the National Department of Sport, Arts and Culture appointed by the Minister. And likewise, I declared in terms of the financial disclosures over the years, and it is on record. And at every meeting, we have declared our interest as well.
Thank you, Ms. Khan. Honorable Potgieter, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the very clear answer. I do appreciate it. I just understand in terms of the grants that you've received from DSAC, and possibly maybe this is a question that the department can answer. Are there any portions that remain unspent or unaccounted for? I know you've spoken about the legacy projects, but is there anything outside of that that has been unaccounted for or unspent?
Thank you, Chair. I think, yes, Honorable Member is saying the responses are awaited from the department. Tebogo, again, I would rope you in on this one. I hope you heard the question this time.
Mr. Tebahai, seems that your attention is divided. Did you get the question?
No, Chair.
Okay, let's get the question again through Dr. Khumalo.
The question is about the grants that were received or that were transferred, whether or not the full accounting, especially in terms of any balances that remained year in and year out. I hope I'm capturing you correctly,
Yes,
Honorable Member.
Yes, DG, what in terms of the grant, there's a full disclosure on processing the grants. And I want to indicate that where there would have been any funds remaining at the end of the financial year, the Western Cape Department of Sport would have applied for a deviation for condonation of those funds with reasons. And we would then grant them an approval for those funds to be deviated, because those were earmarked fund. You see, with earmarked fund, you have no much choice but to dedicate them to allocate them for the purpose that they were there. But it only happened once, because that was in the first financial year when the Netball World Cup was still setting up and registration of the company was still taking place. So the delay would have been, the delay in transfers would have been as a result of the awaiting for the setup of the board, including the company to be registered, and for an MOU then to be signed between the Western Cape Provincial Department and the Netball World Cup Board for transfers to be done. Once that has happened, the subsequent years, what transpired is that in the first quarter of the year, all funds for the operations of Netball World Cup would have been transferred to the Netball World Cup. And any amounts that would be indicated by the Netball World Cup as remainders, they would also, through the Western Cape Department, request for approval for those funds to be carried over to the next financial year. And that's how we managed, and that's how the grant is managed. So even with the auditors, all those necessary information that required for the full audit of the funds for the Netball World Cup was conducted, and everything was found to be above board. Thanks.
Thank you so much, the Honorable Potgieter. Proceed.
Thanks, Chair.
4 minutes left.
Thank you. I'm almost done. And maybe this takes me into my next question, but I appreciate being given the process of what happens. I'm still not clear on whether or not there was, if there were any grants, if there was any grant money that was left unspent or unallocated for. And whilst I'm sure the auditors have found that everything was above board, and this leads into my next question, is that we don't have a closeout report of Parliament. I'm not satisfied to say that I've been advised that the auditors say everything is above board. I would like to see the actual money and funds in terms of the grants that have not been spent or were not allocated for, with the reasons provided for that. And then again, if we can be advised as to why the closeout report has not been tabled in Parliament.
I cannot get your rope, man.
Honorable Mutambi, please mute.
Thanks, Chair. I think we are all aware very much of how processes work or how things should work. I would like detailed facts of what actually happened. And if that needs to be given in terms of a written report, that's fine. But the second part, if they can advise why we do not have a closeout report, despite the fact that the audit was finalized in July, and whether or not there's any independent verification to confirm that no funds were written off or redirected, contrary to any agreements. If they can respond to that, please, Chair.
My apologies. Can I just rectify something? I see it was Honorable Mkuno and not Honorable Mutambi who was misbehaved. My apologies, Honorable Mutambi.
Yeah, Chair. I thought you were on my case. I've never done
Can we have the response, please?
Chair, can I ask Dr. Linden to respond on the issue of the grants from the department, because he was also very instrumental in managing that in terms of the questions that Honorable Potgieter has asked, and then from there we'll respond on the issue of the closeout report.
Dr. Linden.
Thank you, Chair. So on our side, Chair, the 30 million goes through our books, and the Auditor General also audits the books of the department. All of the funds were fully disclosed. The Auditor General posed questions in relation to it, because of course, in any given year where there was any money over, the Auditor General raised issues of prepayments. We explained that some of the money would have remained over, because when we come to things like CTICC, wooden floors, then we would have been required to make a deposit, and only later on would the full invoice be of application. However, to the best of my knowledge, there was no surplus money of the grant that remained over. One of the tenets that we have to follow is all grant money is used up, and that is what we use towards the operational cost. So from our side, in terms of the 90 million that we had received, we were satisfied that, and the Auditor General that gave us a clean audit, they were satisfied that all the funds were accounted for in terms of the 90 million that had been received from the National Department and that had been utilized. So on that side, I just want to then just confirm that from the Western Cape government side as well, Chair. And then the last point about the question about legacy with the infrastructure. Yes, we do have infrastructure also in the Western Cape, and those courts were opened around the Western Cape, and they are being utilized by the Western Cape Netball Federations for their league matches. So they are from Knysna to the West Coast where these courts were constructed. So we do have that full list as well, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Power.
Thank
I
you
think
so
I must
much.
also confirm, Chairperson and Honourable Potgieter, that even City of Cape Town, in terms of the grant that we got from them, they were able to audit themselves, and they're also happy about how we've utilized the funding. I'm now going to ask Ms. Khan just to respond on the closeout report.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairperson. The closeout report, Chairperson, we have indicated that we are in the process of finalizing it. And I heard the honourable member speak about having sight of it. We just want clarity on whether she wants to see it before it's finalized in draft, before we submit it to Parliament, because we are almost ready to go to print. But if we need to submit to the Portfolio Committee before it gets to print, we will be happy to do that, Chairperson. Because
Is there any remorse from World Netball Board for all of these delays?
No, not really, Chair. Look, I think we've said it even from our side that the delays that we had, we take accountability. And I think we're very hopeful that as we're addressing the matters now, we'll bring this thing to an end. And that's why.
So World Netball Board won't apologize to this Parliament or South Africans for this delay to after 2+ years only now to have all of these. Isn't it a mess?
Yeah, no. From World Netball, they were waiting for us to finalize the audited financials, Chair.
So you agree it's a mess?
No, sorry, Chair, just to come in. I won't agree that it's a mess, Chairperson. Yes, we did take a longer time. We did take a longer time to finalize the report. But Chairperson, if you look at any major event, the LOC and the board is a special purpose vehicle. And like if you look at the 2010 FIFA World Cup, Chairperson, it took place in 2010. Yes, it was much bigger than the Netball World Cup, but this Netball World Cup was like half the size. And the report, the closeout report, etc., only came out in 2012. So it took about 2 years for them to actually give us the final report as well. So in this case, yes, we did have a small LOC, and all of us as board members, yes, we have other responsibilities as well. And Chairperson, we wanted as a board, where there was no LOC, so we took responsibility as a board to go in and assist and see what we can do best. And I think from our perspective, we've done the best we can to get all of our documents and to ensure that the audit took place. And we're now finalizing the report as well.
Thank you, Ms. Khan. I'm happy with your response. I'm asking this because Honorable Molachani was very much concerned with the deployment of board members. Honorable Potgieter, you have less than 2 minutes left.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah. Look, Chair, I think we can all agree that we found ourselves in a very difficult situation as government with a lot of issues, and a lot of ad hoc committees and a lot of, for me, I'm not quite happy to hear that, because the World Cup report took 2 years, we're actually doing great. Let's aim to do better. We owe, particularly the sports and stars and athletes in this country, we owe them better. I understand that, boards and departments and entities have issues and they deal with a multitude of problems and, things are difficult at various times. But for me, I would like to see more transparency and less of, we're doing better than somebody who didn't do great. It's just a point from my side, Chair. I like, transparency and honesty. We can work with that. If there was a mistake or there's a delay on the closeout report, help us understand the reasons and the issues, and help us understand, and maybe this is my last question, Chair, what lessons have we learned from this, and what exactly has been put in place in terms of repeat governance failures so that this doesn't happen again? So possibly from the side of the departments as well as the side of the board, what measures have been put in place to ensure that your governance failures that have been experienced, whether under this board or previous boards, will not happen again? Thank you.
Thank you. That was 33 seconds from your time. The lessons been learned. Ms. Khan, to submit early, to be more aggressive.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. We take note of the comments. And yes, Chairperson, there are a few things, many things that we've learned. And because of the fact that it was a Netball World Cup, we believe that as a board, once before we close, we will be engaging a Netball South Africa just to go through all of those things. We've had our own session just immediately after the World Cup to look at, how we performed, what went well, what didn't go well. So we do have records of all of that. So fortunately, there's a new board at Netball South Africa, so it's an opportune time for us to actually share that report and other, lessons learned with them as well. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm having from the first bite, Honorable Khabo and Honorable Kobani. If there's any member that also want to be part of the first bite, feel free to do so. I am going to give an opportunity after Honorable Khabo and Honorable Kobani, an opportunity for a second bite to Honorable Tetwa and Honorable Molatsani. Who's that?
The person is Mutambi. He had recognized me before Honorable Kovani. Now I'm
No, I
longer
saw the
on
hand
list.
went down, and I had a comment earlier, but I'm happy to swap it. So it will be this order: Honorable Khabo, Honorable Mutambi, Honorable Mutaung. I saw your hand also earlier, and then Honorable Kobani last. Then we will have a second bite at the cherry. Honorable Khabo, please proceed. You have 8 minutes and 26 seconds.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thanks for the opportune moment. I hope I'm audible, Chair. Yeah.
You are indeed, Honorable Khabo.
Chairperson. All right, thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me start with this close-up report, Chair. Can I just check, as much as we have noted the reasons, as it has been equally aligned with the process of the Soccer World Cup, Chair. According to the board, when were they intending to submit, or when are they intending to submit the close-up report, Chairperson?
Please, can we respond? Patience?
End of November, Chair.
At the end of this month.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Honorable Khabo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. While we are still there, now on the end of November this year, Chairperson, can we financial implications now that the process, in fact, the World Cup has been concluded, it's almost now 3 years. What are the financial implications of sustaining the operations, even the actual World Cup has already been finalized?
Honorable Khabo, we can't get your questions cleared. Would you mind to turn down your video?
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes, this is much better. Much better.
All right. I wanted to get clarity on the wind down process. Can you hear me now, Chairperson? I wanted clarity on the wind down processes. What are the current financial implications of sustaining the process of moving towards the close-up report? How much has the board spent for this current financial year as part of sustaining the wind down processes?
Can we respond to that immediately when the honorable member stopped asking the question? Any person concerned or affected?
Yes, okay. Can I ask Blanche to respond on this one, Blanche, please?
Unmute. Yes, the question was how much money do we still have to pay out, if I remember correctly, because the sound wasn't very audible. We have the auditors as on a retainer, the accountants, legal support, and that is what we need to pay until we round up, and we also have a scribe. Thank you.
Chairperson, the question is how much is it costing us to sustain the current operations?
Blanche?
The auditors gave us can you hear me? The auditors gave us a quote until they finish for between 100 and 200,000 rand. The accountants is around 50 to 100,000 rand, depending on the workload. We have a fixed payment to legal support, 63,000 rand, and our scribe gets paid per hour, which can be about 15 to 25,000 rand.
You have to do that calculation quick, Honorable Khabo, but take it to the extreme amounts.
Yes.
Yeah, no. It's unfortunate that we are not being given a picture as to what will be the overall cost. Because I thought that's the response that I was expecting as to what will be the overall cost of concluding this process, Chairperson. But
more or less, Blanche, more or less overall cost, 1 million?
To see 100 Chair, I think we can probably talk between 300 to 400. Because we still have to.
Blanche has mentioned two issues that is already 300,000. She said the 150 to 100 and the one was 100 to 200. So I'm working on the extreme, which is already 300,000.
Oh, yes,
I want to protect you. If you appear before us again and it's going to be more, there will be trouble.
Yeah, so 1 million.
We have to include the report, Madam Chair, as well. So I appreciate the comment from the Chair. I would say between 800,000 and 1 million.
No, Chair, I think thank you very much, Chair. I would propose that to avoid thumb sucking so that we can be precise in our follow-up questions, Chairperson. Can we get that thorough breakdown in writing with proper evidence supporting such amount that has been indicated, Chairperson? Let me rather go to the next question, Chair. Mine would be in relation to the 5.6 million that was remaining, Chairperson. Can we get clarity? How was it used so far, Chairperson? And on one in particular?
I think the question has been responded to, but for the members' clarity, please do.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, the 5.57 million, that's the surplus, will now be used for all of those issues that we've just spoken about, all of those payments, as well as the closeout report that we are having printed. And then, Chairperson, any surplus, anything that's left over as we wind down will go to Netball South Africa. So any balance of the 5.5 million that we have will go to Netball South Africa.
Honorable Khabo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Can you also align it with what would be remaining? Obviously, the previous question is aligned to this one. Can that report also indicate as to how much should be remaining after everything has been settled during this wind down process, Chairperson? That's the angle I would prefer that they must give us that evidence that also indicates the balance that would be left, that will be sent to Netball South Africa, Chairperson.
Can I
Granted.
check with the board, Chairperson?
It's granted, Honorable Cabo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you very much. The issue of assets, Chairperson, I think they've partly responded to the issue of assets that has fell from 106 million rands to 7.9 million. I think they've partly explained why the decline in particular. But most importantly, I would like to check, was there any assets that has been disposed during this wind down process? And if there were any assets disposed of, how much were of those assets in terms of finances?
World Netball.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, there was furniture and fittings, etc., that were in the LOC office. And all of them, when the office closed down, they were all transferred to Netball South Africa. Ms. Delaguerre will be able to give the details. We do have some of the laptops that we were using, the laptops that belong to some of the staff. So we do have some of the laptops. They are in safekeeping now with our accountants. And once we close down, those laptops will also be transferred to Netball South Africa. So Chairperson, I don't know if Blanche wants to add anything to that comment. Thanks.
Blanche would like
I think,
to add
Chairperson,
something?
maybe it's...
Honorable Fabu?
I wanted to say, Chairperson, probably as a way of registering progress, can you also get evidence in writing in terms of the assets that are still remaining? And probably, obviously, we should be having a clear asset register, which would obviously give us an indication of the value of the asset. Can we get that breakdown of assets with a clear indication of the value of that asset, Chairperson? I'm just still on this wind down processes, Chairperson. I would like
Please
to
note the
check,
request,
obviously. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Can I just get clarity from the board? During this process of wind down, was there any debts that were written off, Chairperson? And if such, how much was written off, Chairperson? Can we also get clarity in terms of the process that has been followed in relation to that? If there is such any debt that was written off during this process of wind down? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Khabu, I think on that we don't have. The only one was just for us to conclude with the World Netball around some of the cost that was owed to us, and I think they've indicated to us that only Malawi that was supposed to pay them, which did not pay them, and we're in discussion with them around that one. That's the only one, but it has not been written off. So that was the only one from the books from our side. Thank you.
So, Chairperson, if I'm getting it right, the indication is that there is no debt that was written off during this process.
Yes, Honorable Khabu.
Thank you very much, Chair. Can we also, while we are still there, in terms of your debts and the assurance that you are getting, there seems to be discrepancies on some of the evidence that has been presented, especially some either information contradicting on and around the annual financial statements and other reports that has been presented to us. Can we get the board giving us an assurance or giving us an indication as to what quality assurance have they applied in making sure that there's not been any losses in relation of funds, and in particular in terms of misappropriation of any fund during that process, Chairperson? What quality assurance measures have they put in place before I now go to the discrepancies that I'm referring to in line with the annual financial statements, Chairperson?
World Netball Board.
I think from our side, Chair, thank you. Our view is that the audit report that we got from our auditors, that's what we regard that that we've actually complied with all processes in terms of how the money was spent and all that. And as I said earlier, Chair, that we had weekly meetings with the audit when it was going through this. It was a tough one, but we really did our best from our side so that at the end of the day, once it's done, we are also comfortable, because it's also got to do with our integrity as well as a board. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Quick. We were given an indication that the annual financial statement was submitted late. Can we get clarity why were they submitted late? Chairperson?
There has been a response to the similar question, but I would give an opportunity to just clarify for you. I think Ms. Khan spoke to that.
Okay. Yes, Chairperson, thank you very much. As indicated, the reports were submitted late. We were trying to gather all of the information. And yes, we did have information before us, but much of the information was in draft. So when the staff left in January, we did have draft information. So we were still trying to finalize and quality assure all of those draft reports that we had before we sent it through to our auditors. And at that stage, the auditors then indicated, yes, it was already past the compliance date, and hence the report was, he had no option but to actually report it in terms of the, the legislation that he has to abide by. Thanks, sir.
Yes, Chairperson. Usually there is a plan that has been adopted or that is adopted that will clearly define the process that will be followed and have dates in terms of when such reports must be submitted. The indication that I'm getting is that the problem was from the internal process of the board itself. Can I get clarity, if I understand them very well, that the problem was with them failing to comply with the time frames that they themselves has agreed to?
Ms. Khan?
Yeah, Chair, just to indicate again to Honorable Khabo that you're correct that we had our own delays internally, Chair. And that's why after our meeting last year in February, we had to agree in terms of how we deal with the matter. But as Ms. Khan has indicated, we had to get most of the documents from our staff members so that we can be able to make sure that whatever that it's submitted, it's ready documents that were from our office. So we do acknowledge, and I think the previous honorable member, Liam, I remember he asked us that do we take accountability that we delayed in terms of submitting this the audited statement. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. Taking accountability is one thing, but taking action to resolve what you had failed to do initially as per the expectation, it's another story. In line with that, I would like to check, was there any disciplinary measures instituted on any official who had failed to comply? Because you keep on saying that you had to gather information from some officials. So in terms of disciplinary measures for failing to comply with the timeframes that you had adopted yourself, was there any disciplinary measures?
Thank you, Chair, through you.
Proceed.
Yes, I think at that point, the contract of most of our staff members had expired, and that was one of the key reasons, Chair.
Chairperson, it's fine. I guess that the explanation that the members, officials, their contract, blah, 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 it's a story that cannot hold water. Because through government processes and according to the accountability ecosystem, we can still hold people accountable even after they have concluded their contract. So to a large extent, I'm not getting an essence of holding people accountability from the board, but it's a discussion that probably one would pursue. Can I go back to the issue of the...
Honorable Khabo, please hold your words. I think we need to be submitted with the nature of those disciplinary cases. And if it is issues where fraud, money laundering is involved, then this body is responsible to go to the police. So we cannot accept someone to just come to this house and just do as he or she please and leave, and we don't do anything. I think we should address that particular issue, and thank you for bringing it up, Honorable Khabo. Please proceed.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I think, like you have correctly said, they must give us an indication of all the disciplinary processes that they had instituted, and how far is that process in line with the deviations from the plan that they had approved. Chairperson, let me go back to that audit firm. Can I get clarity on which audit firm was appointed, or which one was there before the new one that was appointed, Chairperson?
Patience.
Smile.
Okay, Chairperson, on the issue of the audit firm, it was Nexia, SAB&T. That was the audit firm that we used for the 2 years. And then the audit firm we used in this last financials was PKF. Thanks.
And Chair, just on the last part that no, not this one that Suma has responded. I think, as I said, most of our staff members were employed on a fixed term contract, and we cannot discipline an employer after contracts have been terminated. So and also from our side, there were no allegations of fraud that would have necessitated us to open criminal investigation and all that. So I think I'm still saying that from our side, the fact that the contracts were done and we had not yet concluded on winding down and the reports, that's why we actually took that accountability and actioned, and that's why we are here now, Honorable Khabo, in terms of presenting the audited financials.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I think it was indicated earlier on that we raised questions because we've got some information based on our questions. So it is for that reason I'm saying the disciplinary processes, whether you have instituted, and technically you are coming back and saying that there was basically no disciplinary report or process that was instituted. And as a result, we must not expect any report. And I find it very funny from your good selves, because initially you had indicated that there were processes, but unfortunately they could not be finalized because of the contract came to an end. I'm not sure if I understand you correctly, but be it as it may, I think we'll get back to that issue of the disciplinary hearings. You in your presentation, when you dealt with the audit firm, you have said that you had met as a board and dealt with the appointment of the new firm. Can you take us into confidence in terms of the process that you had followed? Because you just said that you had met as a board. You are not giving us an indication as to whether did you advertise, whether was there competitive bidding process. Can you take us through on that process of that you had followed in appointing the new audit firm?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, as we've explained previously, I've just explained also, and I note the issue, Chairperson, was that the previous auditors had indicated that they were not available because of the fact that they have contracts with government departments and they were busy servicing the government departments whose timelines were the same as ours. And as you've indicated also, Chairperson, that we did give it late. So we then went to our accounting firm, Red Dot, and they suggested to us that we use a PKF. So as a board, we did due diligence and we were under pressure. So we then took a decision on an urgent basis that we appoint whoever was available at the time and whose reputation we could then count on, given the due diligence we've done, and appoint PKF as the auditors. Thanks, Chair.
Chairperson, thank you very much. I would prefer that we must avoid being technical and abuse certain words in terms of due diligences. For a practical example, I've requested the board to take us into confidence as to which process did they follow. So when you speak of due diligence, I've even made a practical example. Did you advertise, yes or no? Can we get clarity in terms of due diligence? Whether they advertised, whether competitive bidding was there or not, or whether my understanding serves me right that they got a recommendation from Red Dot and outrightly they took the recommendation as it is without any due diligence process that they had followed in relation to competitive bidding. Of course, take into consideration the process of transparency, Chairperson. Can we be explained this due diligence so that we don't be threatened unnecessarily? Not that we are going to be threatened by words that are being used loosely. Can we get explanation of due diligence that the board is speaking of in relation to the appointment of this firm, Chairperson? Thank you.
Through you, Chair. Chair, yeah, the due diligence for us was we actually checked on their profiles to see who else they service. We realized that they do service the public sector, and especially some of the public entities, and hence on that basis, that's what for us constituted due diligence, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Kabu.
Thank you very much.
I guess presses your heart, your time is expired, but if you have something pressing, I will give you the opportunity.
No, Chairperson, firstly, I would like to thank you. Thanks for the extension of few seconds, Chairperson. Chairperson, I want to the due diligence process. Can we get clarity on that meeting in terms of the minutes of that meeting? Because I'm getting a sense here that there was no competitive bidding. And as much as this entity was only there to facilitate the process of a World Cup, and to a large extent, as much as they had to observe the PFMA and largely not observe it in certain circumstances, we cannot therefore allow a situation whereby funds were just used without any transparent process, Chairperson. Can we get clarity? It has been alleged that and that's another information I'd like to get. It's been alleged that there is a reason why the previous company opted not to conduct the auditing process. And that's why my follow-up question would be whether they dropped them with a view that they are servicing other departments, or generally they did not want to be associated, given some glaring signs of inconsistencies with the legal framework, especially in terms of your financial management. I would like to get clarity, Chairperson, on that communication, if they can provide that communication, the communication between themselves and the previous firm, where the firm is indicating that they can no longer conduct the auditing process because of the workload that they are having. But second to that, Chairperson, if we can also get clarity or proper evidence in relation to that process, like the due diligence that they are speaking of, because I'm sensing some inconsistency with the law. Yes, Chairperson. I'm probably I'll get a second chance on the second round to raise one or two issues on and around their internal finances, Chairperson, especially the skyrocketing according to the expenditure report. I would like to get more clarity on these other expenses, Chairperson, maybe on the second round with your indulgence. Thank you very much.
Ms. Khan, are you happy to submit that for us in writing?
Chair, I think what we'll do, because we've got a email trail in terms of how it went about to finally us as a board meeting and then took a decision in terms of dealing with the matter.
Yeah, I'm asking because the honourable member is raising a very serious concern pertaining to, rejection of doing World Netball Board's books.
Sorry, Chairperson, just to also correct that the Netball World Cup operates in terms of the Companies Act and not the PFMA. Thanks, Chair.
But we'll submit the communication and even the minutes as requested.
Yeah, and the reasons why the particular company did not want to audit the books. Honourable members, I'm going to give an opportunity now to Honourable Mutambi, who is going to use her minutes, and then we will have very, very little time. Well, I see Honourable Gazani Kobani is also. Then we have very little time for follow-up questions. but I am going to give an opportunity to Honorable Molatsane and Mtetwa, only that two members, to use some time on the second bite at the cherry. I am going now to invite the Honorable Faith Mutambi.
Chair, I wanted to start with the latter that we are told PFMA and Companies Act. And with the Companies Act matters are worse, Ms. Khan, because there's greater accountability, good corporate governance. So when you are telling us that you don't operate in terms of the PFMA, and with all these type of responses that are being given us, certain things we can deduce these are lies. So have you been complying with the Companies Act? That's the first question that I want to ask, Chair.
Compliance issues?
Okay. Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thanks to the member for the question. Chairperson, if you look at our audit, when we were doing the audit, it was a question that the auditors asked us as well, because they said if the board was trying to bring in the PFMA, then we were going to be non-compliant with the Companies Act. So we had to be very clear whether we are a government organization aligned and we are regulated by the PFMA, or are we aligned or we have to comply with the Companies Act. So the fact that we were not a government organization, and yes, we were registered as a company, we had to comply with the Companies Act. Thanks, Chair.
So the question is that have you complied fully with the Companies Act? It's a straightforward question.
Yes.
That will determine my other questions.
Okay.
Have you complied with the Companies Act?
Through you, Chair, we have.
I think let's do a yes or a no.
Yes, Chairperson. We have.
Proceed, Honorable Mutambi.
Okay. If that is the case, I want to get this clearly, in particular with regard to the assets. In particular with that relates to the assets. You have indicated earlier in the response when you were asked about the assets, wherein you responded that these assets are in the process of being transferred to NSA. Have you, because if it's compliance and in a winding up, did you keep a register, an asset register? If so, have you then handed over those assets to the NSA? Have you done that?
Please respond.
Yes, Chairperson, yes. Just to respond, we do have an asset register. Our legal services people were assisting us with that. So we do have an asset register, and the assets that were transferred to Netball South Africa at present, they also recorded, they acknowledged receipt of those pieces of furniture and others that they required. So there is an asset register, and we have records of it, sir.
What?
Mutambi?
You have that. But yes. Also, this is the question that I'm also following up on what Honorable Kabo raised, wherein you said you were going to give back the assets to NSA. Now, the feedback that I'm getting now is that you have already given them back to the Netball South Africa. I want you to be honest with us, Ms. Khan. There were laptops, very expensive gadgets. And like what Honorable Kakawa said, we ask these questions because some of us have got information. There is evidence that some of you are keeping those laptops as your own gadget. Have you handed over the laptops to Netball South Africa?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Honorable Mutambi. I think there's two parts, and I think we did speak to it earlier, that when after the Netball World Cup finished, the office closed, and obviously we had to vacate Cape Town Convention Center. And I think at that point, there were assets, and I think we spoke about furnitures and other things that were then moved and taken to Netball South Africa.
Patience.
No, Chair. I think I'm
I
taken for a ride here.
Patience.
Say.
Can I request that we respond directly to the question? The question was there were laptops and there's laptops in possession of I don't know whoever.
No, we've got them. We've got them.
Is it been given yes or no?
We've got the laptops. They are with our legal. Yes, we've got them, Chair.
If you've got them, how many are they? You must know, isn't that you know you've got them?
Yes.
And a responsible company director who is in compliance of the Companies Act should know. I mean, that's responsibility and accountability.
So we've got 6 honorable members.
Honorable Mutambi, just hold your words. The question was, has the assets been issued? Yes. Has there been proof? The answer was yes. No mentioning has been made about the laptops. Why?
To add on that, Ms. Khan said the laptops are with the accountants. And I'm hearing something different from Patience now.
My apologies, Honorable. Yes, they are with the accountant. Apologies.
Are you not lying to us? Why then?
No, we are not. We are not, Honorable Member.
But you were saying now you have them. Then I'd listen carefully to Ms. Khan saying that they are with the accountants. Whom do we believe here amongst yourself? And I'm asking also to say, you knew you were coming to account to Parliament, and these are the things that we're going to ask you. These are the stuff that when I'm talking about asset, you should have just pull out that asset register that you claim is there and list the things that are there.
Let's do this, Honorable Mutambi. I am also very much concerned and a little bit worried. The question was, is there a list? So that list is around with NSA and with Ms. Khan and others. If that can be submitted to us within an hour, then we will be quick ascertain whether the laptops is on there. But for me, I think we deal now with the issue of trust and integrity. That the laptops has not been mentioned in terms of the handover as far as the asset list is concerned. Why hasn't the portfolio committee been informed that the laptops does not form part of that, Ms. Khan?
Sorry, Chairperson. Chairperson, I did say that the laptops are with us, with our accountants. I did indicate that we were busy preparing reports, financial reports and other reports, and there was a lot of information that was in the laptops that were not available, that we didn't have ourselves as a board. So those laptops are there. And
Ms. Khan, my apologies. Let me take you back. Honorable Mutambi asked about the list.
Yes.
And she said, are you sure about this list? And then she said, we have information, and she speak about the laptop. It's only then when, recognition was given to the laptops. If it was not mentioned, that information would have never come up.
Sorry, apologies, Chair, but I did indicate, sir, that the laptops that we had, the furniture was all, there was a question around the assets, and I did indicate that all the assets from the office, when the office closed, were sent through to Netball South Africa. And I did indicate that the laptops were with the accountants because we were using it for information. Chairperson, as we wind down, the laptops will also be transferred. I think I did mention that, to Netball South Africa. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Mutambi.
Can I get clarity, Chair? 2 years after the World Cup was implemented, and then why are you then keeping these laptops? And when are they going to be returned? Because you can't be keeping them, and the more you keep them, the more they lose value. And we all know that Netball South Africans don't even have laptops, and they need them. But you decide to keep them with the accountants for 2 years. Somebody, I think, must take responsibility and accountability for this.
Chairperson, and thank you, Madam Honourable Member, for that. Chairperson, I think with due respect to everyone, we still have a final audit that we are in the process of doing. So we cannot give laptops away that has information because we're not sure what else will
No,
come.
Ms. Khan. Ms. Khan, the question was, has everything been handed over? And the response was yes, and there's a list. Never has the laptops been mentioned. So why is the laptop not part of the list that Honorable Mutambi is referring to?
Chairperson, my understanding is when we said there's a list, it lists everything. The list that of the furniture was given to Netball South Africa because the furniture was already transferred. We have a list of the laptops that are in our possession. We can make that available, but we will not give it to Netball South Africa at this point because as a board, we still need it because we're not sure what information we still may require. So we need to keep that. And we will hand it over to Netball South Africa as part of the winding down process. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Khan. Honorable Mutambi.
I should think, Chair, we need to probe this decision to replace next year SAB&T with a PKVGA. I've never seen any auditor who will refuse to audit books. They've been auditing if there's no any red flags. And then we're not told the reasons why did they change that. And when it's coincided with the hosting of the Netball World Cup, and then also this surge in expenditure. So I'm very much concerned. Say, can somebody take us to their confidence? Why did they do that? And why did they also already? Honorable Khabe has also requested for the letter that the auditors wrote when they refused to audit them, and then that letter, I should think, it needs to be shared with us if that is the reason. But I think there should be a reason, and somebody must tell us what made them to change auditors. And can we get assurance that they were not red flagged? It comes to that issue that was raised by Honorable Muthetwa, the issue of cooking books. Because we are aware that there are people who are told to say, this is how our books should look like. And in certain instances, people are even told to manufacture profit that is not there. It's happening amongst some of the entities in this portfolio check. I want to get the reasons. What necessitated the change of auditors?
Chair, and through you, I think, honourable member, we did indicate that we will send the trail of emails that we discussed this matter in the minutes. Because we said it earlier that it was pressure from our side because, as you're saying, that we should have done it probably by 2024, but already it was 2 years down the line, and also World Netball wanted us to close on the financials because within the World Netball's one of their obligations, the whole issue about surplus and all that. So from our side, that was the reason. There was no any other reason that we are aware of except that when they came back to say they can't meet our deadline, then we had to look for another auditor to help us because it was pressure. I said it earlier as well that they were even threatening that Netball South Africa might even be suspended if we don't submit those audited statements. And those are some of the reasons, Chair, that we had to end up pushing for having another company to be able to help us on the audit.
So you want to tell us there was not red flags on how you've been conducting your finances? Is that assurance? Even if you are to send those minutes and whatever, but I want that clarity before I even proceed.
No, there were no red flags, Honourable Member.
You are proudly saying that there was no red flags.
Correct.
Okay. Then you mentioned that there's going to be another audit for the financial year of 2024-25. Why will there be another financials presented as the current ones are for the 31st of March 2024? Can I get that clarity?
No, it's a process. It's part of the process of winding down. Because if we want to close the company, there's certain obligations from CICPC for us to adhere to. So that's why we're doing that.
Can you explain that requirement that you are doing that, what you are saying it's a CIPC requirement? What is it all about? You need to school me and the other members. Why will it be done? And you are saying it's a CIPC requirement.
Yeah, I think Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Member, can I request that can we be given an opportunity to ask our legal person to help us and send those documents that are needed so that we can submit properly, Honorable Chair.
Chairperson, I've got difficulty with that response, Chairperson. They knew when they were coming here, they are coming to account. And now she's saying things that she's not sure of. Now she brings things legal. Is this how we're going to operate here?
We'll find the list now.
I think we need to be taken serious, Chair. That's my issue.
No, it's fine. We'll look at the list, Honorable Member, and then we'll respond. I'll just check on my email. So that we respond properly, Honorable Member.
With regard to that CICP.
Yes, no, we'll do that. Thank you.
And then I want to also get your response on this one with regard with the delay on the close-up report. And then you wanted to compare yourself with other earlier when you were responding. And we are aware that there are other countries that hosted and managed to do those close-up reports within a year. And then I'm also raising it in line with what Honorable Khave has said. By now, because if somebody, Ms. Khan even said, do you want us to give you the draft? And which was saying no. But in that close-up report, did you pick up any irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure? It is there. Isn't that you've got a draft? Share with us. Is there any irregular, fruitless, or wasteful expenditure?
Ms. Khan?
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, our report will have the financial statements. And according to the financial statements, there was no irregular or wasteful expenditure that came up as a finding.
So you have been compliant, is what you are telling us. There's no financial irregularities. Everything is above board, is what the feedback that I'm getting from you.
Through you,
Because I'm going to note that until that report comes.
Okay, yeah.
Or
Thanks.
is this it's a response that is just malicious? Because I'm saying I want the feedback. Because you should know, you are the one who's on record to say there's a draft. And now as I'm asking you, because you were even volunteering to give us the draft, you know that draft is somewhere and you know it contents. I'm just interested on that.
Chairperson, there is a draft report. In the draft report, there's the financial statements. The financial statements are what they are, the final document. The report is still in draft because of the fact that between ourselves and the printers, we've been going back and forth in terms of editing, in terms of the look and feel, etc. And hence I'm saying the report is still in draft. It will become final when the auditors, when we now give the go-ahead to the auditors to say it goes to print, but it is waiting at the printers. They are asking us on a daily basis, is there anything else? Are we happy with it, etc. So that's why I'm saying the report is in draft, because we at the printers, we now, and we're doing all of these adjustments.
Okay,
so
Ms. Khan,
that explains.
Can I stop Ms. Khan there, please? I think
Proceed,
Ms.
Honorable
Khan is economical with the truth. then let me direct this question to the tournament director. The tournament director is in the meeting. Tournament director, can you explain to us why was the report not submitted on time? And we hope you're going to tell us the truth.
Ms. Masisi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I think that the fact that the admin staff, our contracts, all of us ended in the end of January and they were not renewed. That's what delayed the finalization of the report. Like I said, when I left on the 1st of February, I did submit the interim report, which was almost 90%. And even the financials for the 2023 were done, they just needed to be signed. But if you also look, we had the management reports that are until January, the end of January 2024. And on that, those management reports, we were having bi-weekly meetings with the auditors, Nexus and the previous auditors, because they had to be part and parcel of those meetings so that they ensure that as we move, we everything is on board, and that because our aim was that by the end of March, those financials should have been concluded and the report should have been concluded. So what happened thereafter, I wouldn't know, but they were part and parcel of the process until the 31st of March when they gave me the management report. So between February and March, I don't know what would have happened.
Yeah, that's fair enough. At least we're getting somewhere. I'm glad to that. Then I'm gonna take it back to them. She handed over everything, interim report in February. And then Honorable Khabo also asked a question of why disciplinary processes were not taken. You claim that because the contracts of the staff ended. Then knowing that there was outstanding work to be done, why didn't you renew the contracts for them to complete the work? Because you're even saying that there was money left in the coffers. Why didn't you do that?
Can we get a response? It's a very important question.
Chair, I think from our side as a board, I can confirm that the TD did actually send us a memo requesting for an extension because the initial end of contract was end of October 2023, and then we extended up to January. So I think from that point of view, from our side as a board, there was not much on the volume of work that was left for us to be able to actually take a decision, and that's why we had a board meeting on the 14th of February, and that was one of the things that I wanted to deliberate on.
But the contrary view is we are where we are today because as a lack of a decision to employ again. Was there any personality issues then?
To add on that, Chair, last year when they appeared in April, they claimed that the report, I read your previous meeting, though I had not yet joined the committee. In that meeting, when Honorable Molotsane asked the question, they deliberately lied to you, Chair, and the colleagues in April, and they reported that the report was never submitted by the tournament director. And I can implore you to go back to the records, you'll see that. You see, Chair, that's why I'm saying we were told earlier that they comply with the Companies Act, but this board behaved like a delinquent board. I don't have a proper word, Chair.
Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Member, I think what we must realize that we did have a report from the tournament director. It was not the final report, Chairperson. Further to that, Chairperson, when you go to an audit, you also need source documents, you need portfolio of evidence. And that for us was the challenge because we had to there was no staff. So we had to go and look for it. And yes, there was a memo from the TD to say that there needs to be an extension. And the board was very clear, Chairperson, that for us to provide any extension to staff, we needed to know what was the volume of work that needed to be done, because there wasn't funding to pay them the salaries they were getting during the World Cup. When you're delivering on a World Cup, you got a salary. Now you're not delivering on a World Cup. You're actually closing down, you're winding down, you're mopping up. So the quantum of work that you would do in this extended time would not be the same, and hence you then had to quantify what would be the remuneration for that work. And as a result, when we didn't have that information, the board took a decision not to renew contracts. We couldn't renew contracts because we didn't know what the quantum of work was going to be, Chairperson. So on that basis, maybe, yes, there was, in hindsight now, maybe we should have done it, but we did not have new money. There was no money at all coming into the World Cup board because by and large, this company was only expected to last until the end of the World Cup. And we've now had to extend it because of the challenges we've now had to finalize and wind down. Thanks, Chairperson.
Honorable Mutambi, please wrap up. I would like.
I'm trying to wrap up, but on this matter, Chair, I'll ask the Secretary to go and retrieve the report wherein Patience and the current DG said that there was no report at the time. And I should think we'll discuss it in committee how to move on. Okay, there's an amount of 5.6 million left, and you're saying you are going to pay your debt and transfer the leftover to Netball South Africa. How much is your debt? You know, because it's in your books. And what is it taking you so much time to pay your debts? And do you have any timeline to pay your debts and the timeline for transferring the remainder to the Netball South Africa? Yeah, that's the questions that I want to ask, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I think on the issue of debts, it's more on the services that we still require for us to wind down as a company, and we've indicated that end of December we should be closed in terms of that process. I know even when we engaged the auditors was that we really will appreciate that by December 2025, the whole issue about the life cycle of the project, it is done.
How much is your
Honorable
debt?
Mataung.
I asked how much is their debt. It's not responded to. I'm just being given a timeline. I want to know.
I think, Honorable Mutambi, I share your sentiment. We must get a list of that, and we hope that it includes Malawi as well. Honorable Mataung, I'm going to give you an opportunity. I am not too sure, but please make sure I might be wrong. It seems that your surname is spelled wrong on the gadget. But
yeah,
please
I
proceed.
See that. Okay, Chair, thank you so much. Just a few questions.
Before that, sorry, Chairperson, before that, can I rise on a point of order? Honorable Khabo, yes, Chair.
Rise on that point, Honorable Khabo.
Chairperson, when I was seeking clarity in terms of questions, we were told that the close-up report will be finalized by end of November. Now, during the response, we are told of end of December again. It is for that reason that I'm rising on a point of order based on the clarity that has been provided in this meeting. Which one is the truth, Chairperson? Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Which date is the right date?
No, Chair, the winding down, we said end of December, but the close-up report, we said end of November.
So the report will be available end of November.
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Mataung.
Chairman.
Honorable Mutambi.
I thought you were gonna give me one indulgence. This is a critical question that I
Let's see if we can come back. The two members left, Honorable Mutambe hasn't spoken yet, unless I'm going to give an opportunity to submit it in writing. Honorable Mataung.
Thank you much, Chairperson. You know, it's so alarming. When people are speaking, I don't disturb them. So, but it's fine. Okay, my question is based to the minister. I just want to ask the minister a question. So, why was the Netball World Cup board being dominated by DSAP officials? And why was that? And why didn't they use qualified independents for sports administrators? That's the first one. Maybe if the minister would answer that one.
Can I make a ruling that that question must go in writing, because the minister has indicated and requested to leave 12 o'clock and we are almost at 1 o'clock, Honorable Mataung. Proceed with your second question.
Yes, so meaning all my questions need to go to in written because of all of them, they are directed to DSAC and the minister.
Yeah, you're welcome. I think you're welcome. It is important questions. Every question is important. But unfortunately, we agreed this morning that we agree on the application to go to another function. But you are welcome to raise it. We do have portfolio committee staff members that raise and take up these questions, and we also have the director of DSEC present. Please feel free to raise those questions.
Okay, let me ask this one maybe to the board. Do the board think that DSAC had a conflict of interest in the World Cup, whereby they wanted to be decision makers and funders at the same time? Do you think of that? That's number one.
Please respond to the question. Board members of World Netball.
My apologies, Chair. May I kindly
The
request...
question was whether you think that DSEC was compromised within Netball South Africa.
I wouldn't know how to respond, Chair, except to give the...
There was a similar question earlier pertaining to the DSEC involvement with Netball South Africa. Oh, please read your question again, Honorable Mataung.
Okay, the question says, do you think that DSEC had a conflict of interest and they wanted to be funders and decision makers too in the World Cup?
Okay, Chair, I think, thank you for that, Honorable Mutong. I think understanding the bidding and hosting regulations to a certain extent, when government does give funding to major events, they then become a shareholder. So that's my personal view, Honorable Member, that to a certain extent it was an advantage, because if they were within, whenever we experience certain challenges, it was easy for engaging with government. That's how I'm seeing it. I don't know if my other board members have got another view on that question. Thank you, Chair.
No, that's fine. Honorable Mataung, proceed.
Okay, sir. The minister is not here. Now I'm going to have to change my questions. Okay,
please raise it. Feel free to raise.
I'll raise them. No, I'll raise them to DSAC because of Dr. Sinta is here. Why was the Netball World Cup board dominated by DSAC officials instead of the qualified independent sports administrators? That's number two.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member. The board of the Netball World Cup was made up of 6 members. One of those members was from DSEC, if we are referring to the national department. But as we said earlier on, there was also representation from the province and the hosting city in the board for oversight and also for governance. That's my understanding, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Dr. Kumalo. Honorable Mataung.
Okay, let me pose the last one, Chair, because it seems like my questions are too difficult to be answered in a broad spectrum. Okay, one thing, in terms of, I know it was a women's sport, and how many disabled people benefited from this sport? It could be maybe, I know sometimes when we have these sporting events, infrastructure will be, fixed and all those, but all I want to know, how many disabled person has been employed during the World Cup, and how many, and why don't we have, I don't know if we did have a netball for disabled people on that day or not, or during the World Cup. So that's some of the question that I wanted to ask. I thank you, Chair.
A response from Netball World Cup, as well as Netball South Africa, if that is possible.
Chair, from my side, I don't think on the LOC members that we had a person with disability, but probably on our the volunteer team, probably we should have had some people with disabilities. But I think in the main, the event was mainly for the abled. It's not like your Olympics and Paralympics, yes.
Yes, I think the question also justify a list pertaining to the disabled persons being involved, being as it may, deployment or whatever case it may be. It is a very relevant question pertaining to their involvement as well as access to those particular facilities. I think there's another question also involved in Honorable Mataung's approach.
Okay, last one. During the World Cup, have the rural and the township benefited? And if they did benefit, how did they benefit in the whole World Cup that was played? That was my last question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. With regard to the rural and underserved communities, there were provinces who made arrangements to bring the fans to the World Cup themselves. And also there were fan parks that were established where people couldn't travel to the World Cup. So there were 63 fan parks around the country where the rural communities benefited from. Also, Chairperson, the trophy tour went into all of the provinces, and rural people had access to seeing the World Cup trophy as well. In terms of the volunteer programs, there were volunteers who came from rural areas as well, who were employed as volunteers as well. And Chairperson, if you look at the legacy of the Netball World Cup, all of the facilities are built in townships and in rural areas. So all those multi-purpose sports courts and this community legacy courts that Western Cape and also some of the province had their own legacy programs. They were all in underserving communities.
Chair, if you allow me, can I also ask, I know Dr. Bauer is also passionate about your question, Honorable. Dr. Bauer, do you want to add?
He spoke to that earlier, and what we have requested was a particular list if members want to go and have their oversight. Honorable members, I'm going now to give an opportunity to Honorable Kobane.
Thank you, Chair, and everyone, colleagues. I want to put this, I'm not giving much question. I just want to make highlights and welcome for the new board. The new board, you have to learn from the previous board. that next time when you come in to present things, you must come clean. The first things, you are a family member. You must not come next time and then we'll question you like you are not well. And you must promise the South Africa that as a new board, you are going to run this, because even the World Cup of netball, whatever, it was not popular like a World Cup of rugby, like soccer. Make this one to be proud. Leave the leaguers behind of South Africa. As a mothers, work as a mothers. You are the one who's in charge. A woman is a mother. Don't want to come to parliament and will embarrass you because to take the previous board that was not giving us the really accounted whatever. But everything we learn by the mistake. Promise us that when you bring the report next time, we are going to smile. Our honorables here, they're not harming you, but it's our job to do that. But make sure we must be proud of you. Have a lot of researchers to go all over the South African homelands in the villages. I want to please you that I don't have much because my colleagues already speak a lot. We don't want to talk the same thing like a scratch record. But I want to say, you are welcome, you new board. Though it's another old board that they are joining you in the new board, don't join the old board. The new board must join, the old board must join the new board. Corruption is more dangerous because if you do the same, your children is going to be called corruption. Everybody is the destroyer. It's not bread and jam to be in the leadership. You are going to face a lot of things, bad things, but make sure that you promise us you are going to make this athletics, netball to come bigger and bigger. We want to see our children in the villages to play in the netball. Don't work in the suburbs. Don't work in township only. South Africa has been built by the villages people. Go down the strata on the rural areas. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member, for those kind words. And I think the emphasis falls on learn from the old board. Honorable members, I'm now going to give 5 minutes to Honorable Molatani and 5 minutes to Honorable Tetwa, and then I'm going to close this meeting.
Chairperson, thank you very much. I think I still want to go back to the issue of 7.4 million, Chair. I want the tournament director to explain, because he only managed to explain about 7.4, and then the other one, she's not explained about it. So can she explain to the committee what happened to the other 7.4? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Molatani. A response?
Thank you, Chairperson. I think earlier on I said I can only account on what is on the NWC 2023 financials. If you look at the 2020 financial year ending March 2022, we have 8.2 million that was paid for World Netball cost. And I think also there's another 8 million that was paid on the 2023 financials. And with the draft that I have, I don't know the final one. So there were 16 point something million that was paid for the World Netball fund. So I think the honorable member, what she asked earlier on was that the 4.2 million that was paid, I think it was 2019, 2022 to NSA, which was a transfer from DSEC. And also in the, I think the other year, there was a 3 million that came from GSEC to NSA marked as World Netball cost. I think that was my understanding. Hence, I'm saying the money that went from GSEC to NSA, I cannot talk about it. I don't know what happened, but I know on the 2022 financials, there's an 8.2 million that is reflected on the financials. So if it's a duplicate, hence I said maybe NSA can explain how is it a duplicate? Why is the funds that are paying the same thing are paid also to NSA, and then we also pay them from the grant that we got from the 30 million. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Molatani.
Chairperson, I don't know if I should allow NSA to explain that, Chair. Maybe I will go with your guidance.
It was a question, and it is now been said by a former board member. So we have that view. Can we hear the view of NSA?
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Honorable Member. Like I indicated before, that our former CEO is in a position to explain because she was managing that transaction. Thank you.
Honorable members, I have to come back to you on how we're going to deal with this, simply because, you know, and I really don't want to go back to a meeting with NSA as well as World Netball board members. And this will now, you know, create another platform to summons both, you know, auditor firms and the previous CEO to give reports. So I think I will come back through the portfolio secretary and write to the necessary structures on how we're going to deal with this matter further to get to the bottom of this issue pertaining to issues at hand where former members are not present. Honorable Molatani, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. You know, Chairperson, like as I want to follow on what other honorable members have said, that prior to coming to the meeting, we've already
Honorable Molatani, is the former CEO in this meeting? Honorable Molatani, just a second for me. President Diale, is the former CEO in this meeting?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, can we get that response then?
Yes, certainly. So I have to start with the beginning. The Netball World Cup belongs to World Netball. So there are certain criteria. We had a Netball World Cup hosting agreement between the two of us, Netball South Africa and World Netball. It was INF at the time. And then there's also heads of terms. So firstly, as I said, £1 million was to be secured as a guaranteed element of the event. Now, the Department of Sport, National Department of Sport, assisted Netball South Africa to pay the cost of the agreed amounts through the contracts between World Netball and Netball South Africa. So the arrangements were, as TD previously mentioned, 4 installments were agreed upon, but we need to understand that the rand currency, pound currency changed all the time. So there might be differential, different amounts, but the agreement was £200,000 on the 2020 before.
Honorable Molatani.
Chairperson, can I save you time?
Yes.
This answer is not what we are expecting. We're going to be given a long answer, not going to what we've asked. Can I request through you that World Netball, they submit a detailed report regarding this through you, Chairperson.
It's granted, Honorable Moletsani.
Thank you, Chair. Let me just go to I think it's my last 2 to 3 questions, specifically to the tournament director. I just want to check how much did they spend on the T-shirt? Who took the profits of the sales of the T-shirt between them and Netball South Africa? Who took the profits from the sales of the T-shirt, and how much do they spend on the T-shirts? Then I think my other last 2 questions would be based on the answers that I will get.
Thank you, Chair.
Ms.
Honorable
Masisi?
Member, which T-shirts are you referring to? The Netball World Cup?
Yes, my dear.
We never sold any T-shirts.
Okay.
We had merchandise, so the T-shirts were done through NSA, so I wouldn't know any details about that. We never sold any T-shirts.
Was there any merchandise that was sold during the period of the World Cup?
Yes, there was merchandise that we sold, and I think we received around 500,000 from that, because there was an agreement with a company that was doing the merchandise for us that they will do it. We're not going to pay, but they will carry the cost, and then once they've sold the merchandise, we will get a profit. We'll share the profit. So we received 500,000 from those merchandises.
It went to Netball World Cup, or to
yes, it went
NSA?
to our books. It went to Netball World Cup.
Thank you.
Those were merchandise that they sold during the tournament itself. There were mascots, small mascots. There were caps. There were T-shirts that had I think they were blue, that had a Telkom and Spa, and some hoodies. Yes, so there's the money that we received from the company that we appointed to do the merchandise for us.
My last question, through you, Chairperson, to the tournament director. When you left in that tournament director, how much did you leave in the bank account of the World Netball? When you left, how much was in the bank account?
Can you get a response to that question?
I was muted. There was around 3.9 million according to the 31 January management reports, and we still had we were waiting for some money from World Netball because they were owing us, and we were still waiting for. There was about 2-point-something million that we had to receive from SARS, a VAT refund, and we also had there were some other companies that were still owing us. Yes. But that what was physically in the account was around 3.9 million.
I think, Chair, this one day they can even answer it later on up. Presently, how much do they have in the account? If it's less than this amount, can they be able to submit a detailed report on what have they done with the money from that account? Chairperson, my last question, Chair, just I want to check with with the board. As they've said that they didn't have a CEO, they will have a CEO in Feb. Is there anyone who's acting in that position now?
Thank you, Chairperson. What we have done, yes, we have appointed the Vice President to do operations with staff members at this moment, and myself as the President will deal with the sponsors. So things are flowing in the office as of now. We have appointed the office manager as well that was currently, in office, which is Poshia Dimu. So yeah, everything is flowing up until the 1st of February. We're hoping to have appointed the CEO. Thank you.
If I want to check, is it not the conflict of interest, or is there in fact not a conflict of interest? Is it not a way of meddling with the issues of administration because you are the board?
Constitutionally,
Are you not interfering with the administration?
I would safely say no. We just give guide because we have members in place. Like I said, that is monitoring and evaluation. There's an office administrator that has been appointed as the office manager. We just monitoring and evaluating as well as guiding them, because at the end of the day, the CEO does report to the executive members. So the reporting flow is going to the office manager at this moment, to the vice president, and then to the executive.
Honorable members, I have to stop at this point in time. I'm only going to give Honorable Mtetwa an opportunity. I see other hands. I would advise members to please submit those questions in writing. We have a parliament sitting, I think, 2 o'clock. So I also want to give members enough time to attend their parliament sessions. So Honorable Mtetwa, you have 5 minutes. Please use it wisely.
Thank you, Chair. I think you are now, you have something against me these days, but it's okay. I want to confirm that what Honorable Mutambi is saying, that they lied to us to say that they had not received. What the tournament director is saying now is a different story from what was recorded in our previous meeting. Secondly, Chair, I want to find out from the tournament director, is she comfortable, would she be comfortable to stand by the reports that have been presented today as truly reflective of what she knows, what she had left the organization to be?
Thank you, Chairperson. I haven't seen the report that was presented today. I was just hearing it for the first time. I guess if I can get it and then I can look at it and compare to, or I can send the honorable members the management report that I have as of the 31st of January 2024, because then there will only be a 2 months difference.
Okay. In terms of the legacy costs, can you go to your report and confirm if what we have as 51,292 is the correct amount on 2023? That's what is registered on 2023 financial year end. Can you confirm what were your figures in your report or in your draft?
Can we get a response to that question?
Tournament director.
I was on note. I was going to ask where is it, which heading is it on? Let me go and check on my draft.
On your draft, you must have legacy costs. There were no legacy costs in 2022, but 2023 they are recorded as 51,292. And then to the board while she's looking for that.
On the okay.
Yeah.
On
Okay.
the draft for March 2023 that I have, under legacy costs, I've got in bracket 724.52.
So why there's a discrepancy between your draft and 51? The board will have to respond to this. Or what do you think led to this discrepancy?
I wouldn't know, honorable member.
Okay. In terms of the traveling costs, you have overseas registered as 6,191. And local traveling cost as 2.4 million. Is there?
Okay.
Honorable Nkosi,
Somebody
please mute your gadget. Honorable Nkosi.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Member.
Can you explain what was the overseas traveling cost for at 6,100? Where was this traveling happening?
There were two overseas traveling that I'm aware of. It was the Botswana one when we were doing the legacy. And we also, there were two, the other one was when the president and Ms. Delage Branch and our security manager went to collect the trophy in London. So in
So
terms of the travel,
both of the trips, just those two trips, is 6,191 truly reflective of the cost of that traveling to you?
No, it's not. It's not.
But this
And
is on the audited. This is on the audited finances. Fine. Total expenditures on the same financial statement 2023. The total expenditure on page 23 shows 41 million 0.097, 009. 41 million and 97,000 and 999 rands. The total expenditure on page 25 of the same financials, audited ones, it's 41,203,853. What is the reason for that discrepancy?
I don't remember. No, on my draft that I'm having, I've got a 41,203,853.
On yours?
Yes, I've got 41,203,853.
So on page 23 of theirs, it's 41,097,009 of the same year.
This is my page 23, so.
That's your page 23.
Yes.
That has, so on yours, it's page 23, which has page 25 of the financial audited ones, which is different from yours. That's why I'm asking. And I want to find out to the board, who signed these financials before they were taken to the auditors?
Honorable Mtetwa, I just need to, are we talking year-end March 2023 or the one of that we...
Yes, 2023, because you were only given the draft 1st February of 2024. Who signed the financials for 2023? Because there's stuff left before you could finalize your report, your financials.
I think we approved them in February meeting. I must just look at that. I must look at that. We had a very huge, a long agenda on that day.
Yeah, I would like to, through you, Chair, to receive the proof of that approval, what informed it, because these figures that are on the audited financials, I'm telling you, Chairperson, there's so much discrepancy in numbers. And I don't understand. If it was me, I wasn't even going to sit for this meeting and listen to the presentation, because these are financials that are said to be audited and nothing has been found wrong. Yet you can see even the tournament director, who was alleged to have left with the reports, she doesn't know these figures. She gives us different figures from what is appearing on audited financials. That's why I moved from that perspective, that these are not truly reflective of what has transpired. There's more to it. I can tell you. Can the board explain why you have 6,191 on traveling cost for overseas, when the costs appear to have been more, if it is true that those are the trips that were taken?
Thank you, Honorable Mtetwa. Can I request Blanche, his hand is up, and then also Dr. Bauer. Thank you.
Please unmute.
And she can also respond on the total expenditures that are not the same.
I would just like to mention, Honorable Mtetwa, just to refresh memories, the World Netball, at the time, INF invited us to collect the trophy. So it's a process to go fetch the trophy there. And World Cup 2023 assisted with a security person to go with, and that was the funds of 6,000. That was his cost for traveling. Netball South Africa paid for our expenses. It went basically like that through the period of the arrangements of the Netball World Cup. The government paid the board members for their expenses and Netball South Africa for our expenses. And this is a true reflection, that 6,000, the security person. It was not the two other people who traveled, so. Thank you.
And then can you also respond to the 41.097 as total expenditure in page 23 of your report, and page 25, it's a different one of 41.203853. Why do you have two different figures there?
I'm of the opinion the correct answer is with Sumaya Masikar. And I do want to mention that we're talking of of a period of preparing for the World Cup, which might have reflections in the previous financial report, and now the last term
I'm being specific. Sorry, ma'am. I'm being specific. I said 2023 audited financials ending in March, 1st March. They reflect two different, in the same report, it reflects two different figures. I'm not talking about maybe or what or thumbs up. I'm talking to figures.
I hear what you're saying. Ms. Khan will be this person to respond to that. Thank you, sir.
Please wrap up, honorable member.
I'm waiting for Ms. Khan to respond.
Sorry, Chairperson, and honorable member. I am not able to respond to what the honorable member is referring to. I know that the tournament director was there right till February 20. I mean, yeah, in up to the end of January. I don't have that report in front of me. I must open it on my laptop and see what the references are to. I will be able to provide anything in writing, but for now, I'm not able to corroborate what the differences are. I was not handling the finances at the time. It was tournament director together with other, and she had a CFO as well. So I will not be able to say what those differences are, Chairperson.
Okay, it's okay. Chairperson, I think the portfolio committee must make its own judgment here. We have different figures appearing in what is regarded as audited financials. Maybe the question why the audit company decided or rejected, it's very important to find out why it did not want to complete the duty or the job that it had already started doing. I have no further questions, but just to say, I don't understand even the answer that says I am not in a position to answer a total of the financials that are there before you, but you can't even explain why there are two different figures in it. I rest my case, Chair.
Thank you, honorable members. I have to close this meeting because some of the members are going to Parliament. I would like to thank each and everyone for their contributions in this meeting, and I am of the opinion that we will be able to build a better South Africa where we can celebrate our achievements. With that said, honorable members, and the concerns raised in this particular meeting, we will note all of these and we will make the necessary recommendations. And as I have said, we should move away from having entities of this nature over and over before Parliament. we should really, be much more concerned for the work as far as development for sports, arts and culture is concerned for our people outside this domain. So with that said, honorable members, please enjoy your meeting and enjoy Parliament this afternoon. I now declare this meeting then closed.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much to honorable members.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Bye-bye.